Hare Krishna, everyone. We welcome you all to our Gaura Purnima Festival 2021. I remember last year, this is the last big festival we had at the temple physically with everyone present. And this year, we're having to do this festival virtually, as with most other festivals. So, as all of you know, Gaura Purnima is the appearance day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And if all of you have been following, you know we have many different events planned today. And I will run through some of them for you. And then we can get started with the actual program. So this is today's Deity Darshan from the temple. I will keep posting this every now and then again for everyone's viewing. It's a very beautiful darshan today. And we'll also be, as all of you know, we're streaming the Abhishekam and the Aarti somewhere down the line as well. So this is the first half of the program. So we're going to start off with a small reading right after I finish my smaller announcements. And we'll then have Kirtan with one of the youth whose name is Induja. And then we'll have another reading and then again another Kirtan by Radhabhav Mataji. Then we have a nice children's presentation at 4 p.m. And then we have a very nice quiz to both test your knowledge and also, you can learn different things from this quiz. We hope it's very educative for all of you. And it's also fun. Then we have another Kirtan, and then we have Abhishek at 5 p.m. And I'll also just quickly run through what is happening after. We have another Katha and Bhajan, or Bhajan and Katha by Vedsar Prabhu, our temple president. We have the temple Aarti that is also going to be streamed at around 6:30 p.m. At 7 o'clock, we have His Grace Amarendra Prabhu, who will be giving class and will be concluding the teachings of Lord Chaitanya series. And then we have the most interesting part of the program, where all of you get to share your altars, and so that everyone in the yatra can have darshan of the deities at your homes. And please, if you haven't already, the registration was just like a formality thing, but it's open to everyone. So please, if you haven't already, you can go and set up your altar, decorate it nicely, and then it's going to happen only around 8:30 in the evening. We'll have kirtans in the background, and then we'll be spotlighting different houses together, and you all can have darshan of each other's houses and prasadam and things like that. Obviously, now we'll also have to have prasadam virtually. We can't have it directly. So once again, we welcome you all, and we hope that this is a wonderful experience for all of you. So I will chant some invocation prayers first to get started, after which we will be chanting a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam and reading its translation and purport as well. So let me get started. Om Ajnanatimidandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupakada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijan Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishaka Vitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratushe Namaha नमो ब्रह्मण्य देवाय गोब्राह्मणहिताय च जगद्हिताय कृष्णाय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताभ्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम्। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। So the reading we are going to be doing is going to be from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 5, Verse 32. Krishna Varnam Tvisha Krishnam Sangopangastra Parshadam Yajnai Sankirtana Praye Yajantihi Sumedasaha. Krishna Varnam Tvisha Krishnam Sangopangastra Parshadam Yajnai Sankirtana Praye Yajantihi Sumedasaha.
Thank you, Prabhu. And the translation is as follows. In the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead, who constantly sings the names of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his associates, servants, weapons, and confidential companions. A purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The same verse is quoted by Krishna Das Kaviraj in the Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Leela, chapter 3, verse 52. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada has given the following commentary on this verse. This text is from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.32. Srila Jiva Goswami has explained this verse in his commentary on the Bhagavatam known as the Karma Sobarda, wherein he says that Lord Krishna also appears with a golden complexion. The golden Lord Krishna is Lord Chaitanya, who is worshipped by intelligent men in this age. That is confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam by Gagamuni, who said that although the child Krishna was blackish, he also appears in three other colors, red, white, and yellow. He exhibited his white and red complexions in Satya and Treta ages respectively. He did not exhibit the remaining color yellow, gold, until he appeared as Lord Chaitanya, who is known as Gaura Hari. Srila Jiva Goswami explains that Krishna Varnam means Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Krishna Varnam and Krishna Chaitanya are equivalent. The name Krishna appears with both Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya, Krishna. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he is always engaged in describing Krishna and thus enjoying transcendental bliss by chanting and remembering his name and form. Lord Krishna himself appears as Lord Chaitanya to preach the highest gospel. Vanayati means utters or describes. Lord Chaitanya always chants the holy name of Krishna and describes it also. And because he is Krishna himself, whoever meets with him automatically chants the holy name of Krishna and later describes it to others. He injects one with transcendental Krishna consciousness, which merges with the chanter in transcendental bliss. In all respects, therefore, he appears before everyone as Krishna, either by personality or by sound. Simply by seeing Lord Chaitanya, one at once remembers Lord Krishna. One may Therefore, accept him as Vishnu Tattva. In other words, Lord Chaitanya is Lord Krishna himself. Sangopanga Grashi Prasadam further indicates that Lord Chaitanya is Lord Krishna. His body is always decorated with ornaments of sandalwood and with sandalwood paste. By his super excellent beauty, he subdues all the people of the age. In other descents, the Lord sometimes used weapons to defeat the demoniac. But in this age, the Lord subdues them with his all-attractive figure as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Jiva Goswami explains that his beauty is the astra or weapon to subdue the demons. Because he is all-attractive, it is to be understood that all the demigods lived within him as his companions. His acts were uncommon and his associates wonderful. When he propagated the Sankirtana movement, he attracted many great scholars and acharyas, especially in Bengal and Orissa. Lord Chaitanya is always accompanied by his best associates like Lord Nityananda, Advaita, Kadahadar, and Srivasa. Srila Jiva Goswami cites a verse from the Vedic literature that says that there is no necessity of performing sacrificial demonstrations for ceremonial functions. He comments that instead of engaging in such external pompous exhibitions, all people, regardless of caste, color, or creed, can assemble together and chant Hare Krishna to worship Lord Chaitanya. Krishna Varanam Tivisa Krishnam indicates that prominence should be given to the name Krishna. Lord Chaitanya taught Krishna consciousness and chanted the name Krishna. Therefore, to worship Lord Chaitanya, everyone should together chant the Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. To propagate worship in churches, temples, or mosques is not possible because people have lost interest in that. But anyway and everywhere, people can chant Hare Krishna. Thus, worshipping Lord Chaitanya, they can perform the highest activity and fulfill the highest religious purpose of satisfying the Supreme Lord. Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, a famous disciple of Lord Chaitanya, said, the principle of transcendental devotional service having been lost, Sri Krishna Chaitanya has appeared to deliver again the process of devotion. He is so kind that he is distributing love of Krishna. Everyone should be attracted more and more to his lotus feet, as hummingbees are attracted to a lotus flower. The incarnation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also described in Sri Vishnu Sahasra Nama, which appears in chapter 189 of the Dana Dharma Parva of Mahabharata. Srila Jiva Goswami has quoted this reference as follows. Sarvanam Vano Hemango Vanagas Chanda Gadi. In his earlier pastimes, he appears as a householder with a golden complexion. His limbs are beautiful and his body smeared with the pulp of sandalwood seems like molten gold. He has also quoted Sanyasakri Chama Santo Nishta Shanti Prayana. In his later pastimes, he accepts the sannyas order and he is equiposed and peaceful. He is the highest abode of peace and devotion, for he silences the impersonalists and non-devotees. Hare Krishna. Okay. So thank you everyone for joining once again. We appreciate everyone for coming on at this time. We will now continue with the program. We will transition into a kirtan, which will be led by one of our congregational members, Induja. Induja, if you are ready, we are ready. So we can remove, we can spotlight her, Prabhu, and you can begin with the kirtan, Induja. Hare Krishna. I think you may have to unmute. No sound. Hare Krishna. Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you so much. You may begin. Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare
you so much, Induja. It was such a beautiful kirtan. So nice to see your family, Ujeshri Mataji and your two little brothers. They seemed in ecstasy playing the instruments, and they're so expert now as well. So thank you so much for that beautiful kirtan. Ujeshri Mataji, I know we'll see you soon for the Sunday school part of the program. So thank you once again. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for the opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. All glory to Prabhupada. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll be moving on to our next part of the program, which will be another reading from Srimad Bhagavatam. I believe the verse will be done by Rangesh Prabhu, and the translation and purport by Jay Kumar Prabhu. So yeah, when you're ready, Rangesh and Jay Kumar Prabhu, you can begin with the reading. Thank you.
Jay Kumar Prabhu reading the verse.
Okay, Jay Kumar Prabhu will be reading the verse and the purport. So you can continue, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, we can. We are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 8, Chapter 1, Shloka number 16. Tam ihamanam nirahankritam bodham nirashisham purnam ananyachoditam drunchikshayantam nijavratam samsthitam prabhum prapadye khila dharma bhavanam. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, works just like an ordinary human being, yet he does not desire to enjoy the fruits of work. He is full in knowledge, free from material desires and diversions, and completely independent. As the supreme teacher of human society, he teaches his own way of activities, and thus he inaugurates the real path of religion. I request everyone to follow him. Purport. This is the sum and substance of the Krishna consciousness movement. We are simply requesting human society to follow in the footsteps of the nectar of the teacher of Bhagavad Gita. Follow the instructions of Bhagavad Gita as it is, and your life will be successful. This is the summary of the Krishna consciousness movement. The organizer of the Krishna conscious movement is teaching everyone how to follow Lord Ramchandra, how to follow Lord Krishna, and how to follow Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this material world, we need a leader for a monarchy or a good government. Lord Sri Ramchandra, by his practical example, showed how to live for the benefit of all human society. He fought with demons like Ravan. He carried out the order of his father, and he remained the faithful husband of Mother Sita. Thus, there is no comparison to Lord Ramchandra's acting as an ideal king. Indeed, people still hanker for Ram Rajya, a government conducted like that of Lord Ramchandra. Similarly, although Lord Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, he taught his disciple, the devotee, Arjuna, how to lead a life ending in going back home, back to Godhead. Tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti, so Arjuna. All teachings, political, economical, social, religious, cultural, and philosophical, are to be found in Bhagavad Gita. One only has to follow them strictly. The Supreme Personality of Godhead also comes as Lord Chaitanya just to play the part of a pure devotee. Thus, the Lord teaches us in different ways just to make our lives successful, and Swayambhu Manu requests us to follow him. Swayambhu Manu is the leader of mankind, and he has given a book called Manu Samhita to guide human society. Herein, he directs us to follow the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his different incarnations. These incarnations are described in Vedic literature. And Jayadev Goswami has described 10 important incarnations in summary. Keshavadrita Meena Sharira Jaya Jagdish Hare, Keshavadrita Narhari Rupa Jaya Jagdish Hare, Keshavadrita Buddha Sharira Jaya Jagdish Hare, etc. Swayambhu Manu instructs us to follow the instructions of God's incarnations, especially Krishna's teachings, instructions of Bhagavad Gita as it is. Appreciating Bhakti Marg as instructed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya thus depicted the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Vairagya vid, Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga, Shikshartham Eka Purusha Purana, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Shariradhari, Kripam Buddhir Yas Tam Aham Prapadye. Let me take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, who has descended in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us real knowledge. His devotional service and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. He has descended because he is an ocean of transcendental mercy. Let me surrender unto his lotus feet. Chaitanya Chandroday Nataka 6.74. In this age of Kali, people cannot follow the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore the Lord Himself takes the part of Sri Krishna Chaitanya to teach personally how to become Krishna conscious. He asks everyone to follow Him and to become a Guru to deliver the fallen souls of Kali Yuga. यारे देखा तारे कहा कृष्णा उपदेश अमर आज्ञाए गुरु हना तारे देश. Instruct everyone to follow the orders of Lord Sri Krishna as they are given in Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way, become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. Chaitanya Charitamrit Madhya Lila 7.128. The coherent purpose of Lord Ramchandra, Lord Krishna, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to teach human society how to be happy by following the instructions of the Supreme Lord. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you so much for that wonderful reading. Such a beautiful verse and such a beautiful purport. I think it encapsulates Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mood in how we should actually pursue our spiritual life and follow the path of bhakti. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for that reading. Very sweet reading and filled with so much nectar. And now we will move on to another kirtan, part of the program. This kirtan will be led by Her Grace, Radha Bhav Mataji. Radha Bhav Mataji is the wife of Adigara Prabhu, and she will be leading us in a kirtan. Now, Mataji, if you are, I can see you are on. So when you are ready, you can begin, Mataji. We're ready for you as well. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Jai Shri Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tidamane. Namaste Saraswate Deve, Gauravani Pracharane, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Deshatarane. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivas Adi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Mataji, thank you so much for the wonderful kirtan. Thank you for all the devotees who were there as well with you, playing the instruments so sweetly, so wonderfully. I'm not sure if I heard correctly. I think I heard Amarendra Prabhu's lotus voice as well there. So we want to thank him as well. And thank you so much, Mataji. We appreciate the kirtan. And yes, we'll be moving along now. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Yes, dear devotees. So we just like to welcome everyone who may have joined late. I apologize if you hear the bell in the background. We are streaming from the temple and the arti is going on. So yes, we just like to welcome everyone who may have joined late. Thank you so much for being with us. We have a full program ahead with abhisheks and more kirtans and more readings. And also we have two special features of the program. One will be a quiz where at the end of the program, devotees will get a chance to participate in a question and answer part, and also become enlivened by spiritual kata. And also another feature of the program we have is the altar, home altar setups, where we would be streaming everyone's beautiful darshan from their homes. So everyone can participate. There was a link sent out for registration, but that was not completely necessary to do. If you'd still like to do today, all you can do is just have your camera on at the time we advise you. It will be around 7 or 8 o'clock. We'll keep you posted as soon as the class is over, and you can stream your beautiful altars on this very auspicious day as well. So you can get ready, and maybe I'm sure everyone has already decorated their altars very nicely, but please keep this in mind that this is one of the features, and we would like to encourage and engage everyone in this particular feature of the program. So thank you very much. We'll be moving along to our next part of the program. Next part of the program will be taken over by Ujeshri Mataji. The Sunday school has a line up for us, and they will be taking us on to the evening part of the program. Ujeshri Mataji, you may now take over. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you so much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, all devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Today, Sandipani Ashram Sunday School kids are going to sing Sikshashtakam. So I hope all of you on Zoom call. Rangesh Prabhu, could you please spotlight them?
Jackman Pro, I think you have the list, so probably you can
Yeah,
just.
Yep, I'll be doing that.
Rohan.
Hare Krishna. Should I
Yeah.
start?
Yes.
चेतोदर्पणमार्जनं भवमः दावाग्निनिर्वापणम् श्रेयाकैरवचन्द्रिकावितरणं विद्यावधूजीवनम् आनन्दाम्बुधिवर्धनं प्रतिपदं पूर्णामृतस्वादनं सर्वात्मा स्नपनं परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसङ्कीर्तनम्. Glory to the Sri Krishna Sankirtan, which cleanses the heart of all the dust accumulated for years and extinguishes the fire of conditional life, of repeated birth and death. This Sankirtan movement is the prime benediction for humanity at large because it spreads the rays of the benediction moon. It is the life of all transcendental knowledge. It increases the ocean of transcendental bliss, and it enables us to fully taste the nectar for which we are always anxious.
नाम नामकारी बहुधा निज सर्वशक्तिस् तत्रापिता नियमिता स्मरणेन काला एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि दुर्दैवमेति शमिहा जनिनानुरागा. O my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to living beings, and thus you have hundreds and millions of names, like Krishna and Govinda. In these transcendental names, you have invested all your transcendental energies. There are not even hard and fast rules for chanting these names. O my Lord, out of kindness, you enable us to easily approach you by your holy names, but I am so unfortunate that I have no attraction to them.
Trinadapi sunijena tarorapi sahishnuna amanina manadena kirtaneya sadahari. One can chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking himself lower than the straw in the street, more tolerant than the trees, devoid of all senses of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly.
Nadanam najanam nasundarim kavitam va jagadisha kalmaye mama janmani janmani shore bhavatad bhakti ahitu kitoi. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotional service, birth after birth.
You're on mute.
He has a problem with his computer. What about now? Okay.
I hear you.
Ainandatanajakinkaram patitamam vishame pavam buddha कृपया तव पादपङ्कजं स्थितधूलि सदृशं विचिन्तय. O son of Maharaj Nanda, I'm your internal servitor, and although I am so somehow or other, I have fallen in the ocean of birth and death. Please, therefore, pick me up from this ocean of death and fix me as one of the atoms of your lotus feet.
नयनं गलदश्रुधारया वदनं गद्गदारुद्धया गिरा पुलकैर्निचितं वपु कदा तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति. O my Lord, when will my eyes be decorated with tears of love flowing constantly when I chant your holy name? When will my voice choke up, and when will the hairs of my body stand on end at the recitation of your name? युगायितं निमिषेण चक्षुषा प्रावृषायितं शून्यायितं जगत् सर्वं गोविन्द विरहेण मे. O Govinda, feeling your separations, I am considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I am feeling all vacant in the world in your absence.
Ashlishiva padaratam pinashtumam adarshanam marmahatam karotu vai yata tatha vadadhatu lampata mat prananathastu sa eva na paraha mat prananathastu sa eva na paraha. I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so even if he handles me roughly by his embrace or makes me broken-hearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipful Lord unconditionally. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivashadi Gaura Bhaktavindam Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you so much, all the students, for your wonderful recitation of Sikshashtakam. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna devotees. Once again, we thank the Sunday school children for their wonderful rendition of the Shikshashtakam, the prayers left behind by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So as all of you are aware, next up we have a very interesting segment for all of you. We have the quiz on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his pastimes and so that is going to be hosted by Purnachandra Nimai Prabhu and Ranga Devi. So let's get started.
Haribol, everybody. Happy Gaura Purnima.
Are you sharing the screen?
Yeah, I will that one, right? Yeah.
Oh, we're sharing that already?
One.
So again, so nicely done, all the kids from the Sunday school. We were very impressed, and it was very lovely to hear. And you all chanted with so much passion and so much devotion. It was beautiful. Partially to, engage the kids, engage everybody. We're thinking it would be kind of fun to have some sort of an interactive quiz. We have done a number of these in school, and we were like, well, if we're taking everything that we've done in school and we've taken everything that we've learned, and we can somehow use this in the service of Krishna, why not use this specific thing for Gaura Purnima?
And it's a good way to see who's been studying.
That's true. So,
Right,
are we already sharing the screen?
Yeah, we're sharing the screen.
Okay, so if everybody would like on their phone to go to Kahoot, that is KAHOOT.IT. Go
share the link on the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll share the link in the chat so it'll be easy to get to. We're first going to do a little bit of a demo so that you know kind of how to get into the game and and then how the game works. Okay? Does that sound good? Can't hear anybody, but is everybody else muted?
From time to time, if any of you have questions, you can just unmute yourself and respond. And Hare Krishna. Is everyone here?
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay, so let's start. Just to give an example.
Yeah, just to give an example, you would go to Kahoot.it. This is not the actual game yet. We're just showing you how to get in. So on the screen, it will show.
1 second, I just shared this in the not to everyone.
Where's the game pin?
Okay, now you should see the link on the chat.
Okay, in just a minute, we'll share the game pin. Yeah. And this is just to show. This is not the actual game pin yet.
Yeah,
so
so-
we're just going to show it on the screen how
Never
it will
joined yet.
work. This is just testing. So on your phone, in a minute, you'll put in that code. You'll put in a nickname. This can be either your own name, your initiated name. Exactly, okay. So this is just a show. This is not the actual game yet. Then we would start, and then the question will show on the screen, along with, if it's a multiple choice question, 4 answers. Generally, 1 will be right.
So the first one would be a true and false.
Yes.
And then you have 20 seconds to answer this question.
20 seconds on the
If
clock.
you think it's true, you would hit the blue side, and then if you think it's false, you would hit the right side.
Again, this is not the actual game yet.
So just a demo. And then at the end, you can see how many people have gotten it right, how many people have gotten it wrong, and there's a streak, if you have a multiple right in a row. Now, it's about being right and also being fast. So,
Tap your phones as soon as you see the answer. As soon as you see the answer in the multiple choice.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and play the actual game.
Yep.
Yes? Okay, so we'll get out of this. Here. We'll play it now. We'll host. There we go. And there you go. All right, this is the actual game, guys. I know the previous one was just a tryout. Here's the actual code. Get on your phones, go to kahoot.it.
Link is in the chat.
Enter the game pin, enter your nickname, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay, we have our first person, second person.
All right. This is beautiful. Love seeing everybody joining. Huh? We'll get that later. There's space for 50 phones to join. So we'll, give it another 2 minutes or so, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Does that sound good?
We have 15 people so far.
16. How do we? Oh. Just a second. We don't know how to really work this whole device here. Who's asking if we can make cortical? I don't know.
Oh no, that's just iPad.
There you go. Awesome.
Okay, 19.
Fantastic.
Let's give everybody one more minute.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see.
Hey, Rangesh, is there a gift or something for the winner?
We'll announce it soon.
They'll have to work hard for it though.
Okay, so apparently there is a gift for whoever comes in first place. We don't know what that is.
We don't know what it is. They've figured it out. All right, should we go ahead and get started?
Hey, we lost somebody. We went from 19 to 18.
Oh, well. So you can always continue joining. On the screen, we'll continue sharing the code, and then you can join in later. Okay?
Got 20.
20 people.
21.
21. Haribol.
All right, let's give them 10 more seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
That's a fast 10 seconds.
Okay, fine. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
And hit start.
We're starting it. Ooh, somebody just made it.
All right, Nitya, we saw you there.
All right, let's start.
So we've already seen the first question. So this is kind of a giveaway when we were just trying it out with everybody. But let's see who's, the speediest of everyone.
True or false?
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Is this true or is this False.
Oh, you guys are quick.
Oh my God. All right, I think we're waiting for two more people. Just, give it 4 more seconds to think about. You have 20 seconds on the clock total. There
Okay, we need some explanations here.
Rangesh, our resident Brahmin, could you explain?
So, as we read in the 2 Bhagavatam verses that we just had before the session, so Krishna Varnam Pusha Krishna basically is explaining that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the incarnation of the Supreme Lord in Kali Yuga. So, therefore, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Bravo!
These 2 people, you're lucky we can't see your name.
All right, let's see the leaderboard. Krishna and Dupal, looks like you hit it within the first second. Fantastic. Congratulations. We cheers this in the Vaishnava calendar. Gaura 546, Gaura 543, Gaura 535, Gaura 2021. Who knows? Looks like everybody has to think about this for a second there.
Honestly, I don't know this one.
I have to Google it. Actually, no, Mayapur TV had it on.
Oh,
all right. I love it. Well, to the 5 people that had it right, congratulations. Good job.
I guess
Everybody
we're all
else?
in the same boat.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat.
Oh.
Anika Pradhan. All right, new leaderboard here. We'll go on to the next question. You want to say this one?
At what age did Lord Chaitanya take sannyas? 16, 24, 20, or 28?
Here we go. 6 more seconds
5
on the
seconds
clock.
left.
Here we go. 4 more people. Get your answers in. If you don't know it, just guess. All right, not bad.
Okay. 5 people?
I wonder if it's the same 5 people.
No.
Oh, no, here.
Another new
Krishna
leader.
Darvesh.
And he is on a highest answer streak. He's got 3 right already. Congratulations. That's a good run. What are the only written verses by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu?
Is it the Damodarashtakam?
The Shikshastakam,
People know
Jagannathashtakam?
this one.
Jagannathashtakam.
I just said that.
Oh, sorry. Bhagavad Gita. I thought we were going left to right.
I'll give you a hint. The kids just performed this.
Woo! Go Sunday school kids.
All right.
Here we go. Haribol. Good job, everyone. And let's see if Krishna Darvesh is keeping up his streak.
He's running away with it.
Mm-mm.
Can we get a question where we get 100% correct?
I wonder.
What was the name of Lord Chaitanya's first wife?
It's all Priyas. I noticed that. Vishnu Priya, Tulsi Priya, Sita Priya, or Lakshmi Priya? Dot, dot, dot. Here we go. All right, 7
Okay.
got the right answer.
Almost halfway.
It's Lakshmi Priya, everyone.
Krishna is.
Krishna Darvesh, do you have like Google open on the side?
Well, Nama and Nitya just got to the leaderboard. Congratulations. Who was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's guru? Is that for red? Huh?
Do you know the game pin?
The game pin is on the right bottom of the screen. It's 6738172 on the right bottom of the screen. I'm pointing at it. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah.
It's right here.
There you go, yeah. It was Ishvarapuri! Wow, and almost everybody had that correct. Congratulations. That's
Well,
beautiful.
nobody selected the trick answer.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good thing.
We put Pani Puri in there because we were hungry, you know. Oh my god, okay. Krishna Darvesh, Rohan, Nama, and Nitya are going for it, and Anika just got to the leaderboard. And Indulekha is the highest climber. Awesome.
Where was Lord Chaitanya born? Is it Krishna Nagar, Mayapur, Vrindavan, or New York City?
NYC. All right, here we go. We got almost everybody in. Beautiful.
Nice.
I noticed that we're kind of stuck at 18 players. I feel like there's a couple that have fallen asleep at the wheel here. But everybody got it, or almost everybody got it right. Congratulations. Let's see how this is going.
7 correct.
Oh my God. All right, the leaderboard is consolidating a little bit. Everybody else, if you haven't seen your name on here yet, it's never too late. Just tap that right answer as fast as you can.
7
18
straight.
more questions to go.
Only 18 more questions to go. You got a lot of time here.
Who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's brother? Is it Vishwambar? Is it Vishwarup? Is it Nimai? Or is it Nitai?
I'm curious to this one because we definitely tried a lot of trick answers here. Just to make your life hard.
I have a feeling.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Nobody knew. Nobody thought it was Nimai. See, this is very telling too, right? Like the answer that doesn't get picked. Y'all very smart. I love it.
Spiritually correct answer.
Yes. All right, let's see if the leaderboard's changed. Maithili, okay, and Nirvi, welcome to the leaderboard. Good job. True or false? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made all the animals dance in Nidhiban. Is this blue, true, or red, false?
You had some quick answers.
Yeah, within like 2 seconds, or almost everybody had it. I think there's only like 18 active players, so I think most everybody has it at this point. All right.
Oh,
we should explain this one.
Yeah, so
All right.
yes, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did make all the animals dance, but it wasn't in Nidhiban. It was in Jaitan.
All right. See, this is where, again, like we did in school, we never really read the entire question. And that
Speak
is
for yourself.
I never read the entire question.
Oh, new leader.
Nama. All right, Krishna Darvesh, are you going to let that happen to you?
Okay, fill in the blank.
Fill in the blank here.
This is from the Shashastakam. Kirtanya
Blank.
Hari.
You'll have to type in your answer for this one.
There should be a button to type it. There you go.
I think we're missing 4 people. 4 answers.
Nah. I'm going to give everybody some time because I feel like typing takes a little while, right?
Here we go.
Yeah, there the answers come.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Hey, so I put a number of different options, different spelling, and all of these are correct. So that Hari definitely should have been correct too, but Hari was already in the question, so.
Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared at whose behest?
Was that red?
So
Srila
who's-
Prabhupada. Were you going to ask something? Oh, blue, Sri Advaita Acharya. Yellow, Jeev Goswami. Or green, Haridas Thakur.
Everyone's already in?
Oh, everybody's already answered. Oh, we'll give them time.
No, there's one.
Oh, somebody else woke up. Nice. Congratulations, everybody that got it right. And again, if you don't have it right, I don't know English. This is always a learning opportunity, right? I'm learning. We were learning while we were making this quiz. So it was very fun.
Don't tell them that.
We can be
Another
honest.
type in.
Ooh, another type in.
This is a pretty famous verse. পৃথিবীতে আছে যত নগরাদি গ্রাম সর্বত্র blank হইবে মোরা নাম. Fill in the blank.
Again, I tried to do all of the different Bengali spellings as much as I could. We'll see the answers on the board. Hopefully.
You can give them the English word. It's preaching. So now
yeah.
get the Sanskrit. Oh.
And the
Here we
correct
go.
answer is
Wow. Okay.
we have
Beautiful.
2 people got it right.
Beautiful. Well done. And everybody else that came up with something else creative, I applaud it. All right, Nama is at 10,000 points, broken the 10,000 barrier. Congratulations. And Anika is back in the game.
Krishna Darvish peaked too early.
Oh, here, there are multiple options that are right.
Or could be right.
That could be right. Under what occasion was Lord Chaitanya born? Was it red solar eclipse, a full moon, a lunar eclipse, or an Ekadasi? Oh, everybody's getting this. Oh, nice! So you got both, well, most people got both right answers. Congratulations, that's beautiful. Let's see if that changes the leaderboard.
Oh, it does.
Wow. Okay. And Induleka is climbing again. Okay. This is a poll. No points here. You just pick your favorite Lord Chaitanya pastime. There's only a max of 4 options that I could put in. So if your favorite's not in here, just pick any of these.
Or all of them.
Or all of them.
Some people can't decide.
Oh, Jagai Mother.
Ah, Jagai Mother is a big favorite. Love it. Does everybody know all the other ones too? All right. Question 15. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a scholar in which language? English, Bengali, Sanskrit, or Hindi? See, it's so quiet back here. I kind of feel like everybody's thinking out loud, but I'm not hearing anybody. Oh, okay. Most people thought that it's Sanskrit, and that is correct. Congratulations. And Bengali, yes. Very, very well educated in Bengali. But technically the scholar part was in Sanskrit, right? Yeah. All right, Nama, still high up. Nirvi and Rajiv, welcome to the leaderboard. And Nama still...
streak?
Wow. That's incredible. You've been studying hard. I'm impressed. Okay, this is a long question. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu punished Raghunath Das by instructing him to feed the devotees chip rice. Nu parihati dam ki jai. All right, read this carefully. Read this very carefully.
10 seconds to do so.
Yeah. And I tried reading it for you.
All right. 4 people got it right. Okay. So it wasn't Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It was Lord Nityananda that punished Raghunath Das Goswami.
So, yeah, very close though. It was only one tiny part that was wrong about the question. Okay. All right. Oh, since everybody loved Jagai Mother so much.
Yeah, this should be easy.
This should be easy. Everybody should know this. What did Jagai Madai strike Nityananda Prabhu with? Was it a stick, an earthen pot, a glass of any type, or a rock? All right. I'm getting some fast answers here. Okay. For everybody that thought it was glass, it ended up cutting his forehead, right? So, it makes sense that you might think of glass, but it was an earthen pot. And earthen pots, when they break, they also get very sharp. So, still, good job, everybody. All right. Seeing this consolidating a little bit. Everybody still has, we still have 7 questions to go. Who was Parari Gupta in his past life?
Was it Hanuman, Sudama, Uddhava, or Arjuna?
I think we're going pretty fast on this one too. I love it. Everybody knows that, the faster you get your answer and the more points you get. But it's got to be correct too. That's the tricky part. Otherwise, I would do all my quizzes in school very well. All A's.
Oh, we have a new leader.
Well, Krishna Darvish is back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Nama for a while, but...
By 2 points.
Oh my god, that's incredible. Was there anybody new? Ooh, this is a beautiful question. Dark, do you want to read it?
Okay, so which bhajan was Srila Prabhupada singing when he became overwhelmed with emotion in New Paniyati Dham? Was it Mahamantra? Was it Nitai Pada Kamala? Was it Parama Karuna? Or was it Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koramure?
And reading those questions out and the answer got us through almost the entire time.
It was Parama Karuna.
Ah. Why did you say oh? I love this little stepwise ladder here, though.
The top four had it right.
Krishna and Darvish are running for it. They're like tapping that screen.
5 more to go.
Before receiving knowledge of the absolute truth from Lord Chaitanya, Sanatana Goswami exchanged his fancy blanket for...
Was it prashadam, a piece of parchment,
a new dhoti,
or a torn quilt? I know what I would have traded in for.
Prashadam! Good day! Every day! Today, especially. All right. Everybody's been paying attention.
There's a few people fasting here.
There's a few people very hungry. Just the mention of prashadam's like, yes, give me that. They might think that that's the prize.
A multi-select.
Okay, there's multiple correct answers in this one. Which place or places does Lord Chaitanya always reside? Is it Sachimata's household temple, Srivas Prabhu's kirtan,
Raghav Bhavan,
or Nityananda Prabhu's dancing?
I'm not hinting.
Uh-oh. Time's running out. We're missing a lot of people.
Hurry up. Yes.
They're all correct.
Well, we thought this late in the game, everybody needs a little boost, right?
Yeah.
Oh!
Nama! With, what, 10,000 points? How is that even possible?
No, 1,000 points. 1,000 points.
Oh, 1,000 points? Oh, never mind.
Now this is a test on how you've been attending the teachings of Lord Chaitanya.
Do you want to host these?
No. You guys are doing that.
So who came to visit Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Prayag? Is it Jiva Goswami, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, or Raghunath Das Goswami?
I feel like it's one of the Goswamis. I feel like there's two missing. It's happening. But everybody's getting their answers in fast, right?
But is it right?
That's the question. That's always the question.
No.
Y'all.
So it is Rupa Goswami. So if you actually go through the book, it was one of the first sessions. In fact, Amarendra Prabhu was the one who actually did that session, and he's coming back today. So it's ironic that, that's the answer. Yeah.
But, it was all the way back in the book.
Yeah, it's been 3 months back. Yeah.
Maithili's on a streak of 7.
Okay.
Go Maithili.
All right, I think 3 people have a chance to win.
All right. Well, Rohan and Rajiv, let's not,
Count them out.
They have an option here.
Lord Chaitanya is the first expansion of the Supreme Lord among the Panchatattva. Is this true or false?
False.
Oh my God.
I mean,
There's still 20 seconds to go, everyone.
Okay, people are just guessing.
Well,
Or they're just picking their favorite color here.
Think about it nice and carefully.
I wonder if you already picked one. I feel like you can pick the other. Like, you still have time to pick the other.
Yeah.
But that does put your timing in later.
Oh,
about half and half.
So, Nityananda Prabhu is actually the first expansion amongst the Panchatattva because he is older than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
By how much?
You put me on the spot there.
Sorry.
All of us have room to learn.
The top 3 did not move.
All right. So this is the second to last question. Or first to last? Second to last. According to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is to be called a fool?
Multiple select.
That's a lot to read.
I'm not going to read it.
I'll let
Y'all
you guys
read
do
it. I feel like one...
Oh.
5 people are fast readers.
Select as many as you can.
Can you do multiple? Oh,
Yeah, it's multiple
oh,
select.
okay.
Oh, not bad.
Oh, wow.
Not bad.
Whoever picked yellow. I would love to have an extensive conversation on your reasoning at some point. But fantastic. And Maithili.
Coming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Nama went up to first.
And Anika Pradhan is back on the leaderboard. And Nandu, well, just quick shout out. Nandu is the highest climber, and they climbed three places in this round. And I'm impressed.
Final question.
What is the philosophy that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained?
That's a long word. Vishishta Dvaita, Dvaita Dvaita, Dvaita, or
Chinta Veda Veda.
all right. 4, 3,
Last
2,
question.
1. Last chance.
All right.
All right. So let's reveal the winners.
Are y'all nervous? I'm nervous.
Podium
Winners. In third place,
Krishna.
Yes.
18 out of 24.
Wow.
Second place,
Maithili. Congratulations.
First place,
Who is it?
Spotlight. No!
Nanda.
And Anika and Rohan
Special
runners up.
mention.
Congratulations. Special mention.
So let's just, is it stored or should I just take a screenshot?
Take a screenshot, yeah. I feel like it's stored, but I'm not really sure. Nice. All right, so we have pictures. Should we do the prize announcement?
We'll announce it later in the program.
Okay, we'll announce it later in the program. But everybody, congratulations on just playing. Everybody's a winner. If you got anything right at all, you've been studying, you've been, doing your research, you've been having, devotee association, you've been listening to lectures. Fantastic. This is the day to do it. And we just want to, call out everybody that, you did a fantastic job. And we're very impressed and we're very proud. And thank you very much for joining. And that's echo.
So, yeah, once again, I would like to thank all of you for participating. But more importantly, I want to thank Ranga Devi, who came up with this idea on short notice. She put everything together. So a big thanks to her for putting it together. I hope all of you had a really good time. And hopefully we can do more of these going forward. And hopefully all of you also continue to participate. So now we'll just be doing a short kirtan, which Purnachandran, Nitai, sorry.
And we're all in Nimai mood today.
Yeah. So we'll be doing a short kirtan, and then we will port over to the Abhishek once the Abhishek is ready. Hare Krishna. So just give us a second to set up, and then we'll get started.
What song are you singing?
So we'll try to share the bhajan as well. Just give us a second.
Is it on?
Yeah. Just give us Jaikumar, could you pull up the bhajan Doyal Nitai Chaitanya and share it on the screen for devotees to follow?
Okay, 1 second. Let me just go there.
On KK songs.
Yeah. Dualita Chaitanya bole, correct? can see this.
Sure. Yeah. Prabhu, you can zoom it in a little bit as well, so that we can also see. Control plus plus. Yeah.
So this is a bhajan by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And before we sing it, maybe we could just go ahead and read the translation so we know what we're singing. Do you want to read it?
I'll read the first verse. Chanting the holy name, Doyal Nitai Chaitanya. Oh my mind, please dance. Oh my mind, please dance. Oh my mind, please dance. Oh, such a merciful personality as Nityananda Prabhu is not to be found anywhere. He suffers a beating from Jaga and Mother and still gives them the love of God. Oh, when your offenses are being vanquished, you will obtain the treasure of love of God. But in these names of Chaitanya and Nitai, there is no consideration of offenses. Once you have a taste of the holy name of Krishna, bondage to this world will come to an end. Oh, when there is an attachment to the holy name of Krishna, the life of the living being very easily becomes successful. Oh, when without affection for Krishna, life is simply useless. At the end of life, you will obtain the beautiful vision of Radha and Shyam in Vrindavan, but only when the mercy of Lord Gaura is first received.
Right, so we'll start. Dayal Nitai Chaitanya Bole Natse Amar Mon. 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 Dayal Nitai Chaitanya Bole. Natshe amar mon, re natshe শ্যামে পাবে দর্শন বৃন্দাবনে রাধা শ্যামে পাবে দর্শন গৌর কৃপা হলে গৌর কৃপা হলে নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচে আমার মন নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচে আমার রে নাচে আমার মন রে নাচে আমার রে নাচে আমার মন রে নাচে আমার দয়াল নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচে আমার দয়াল নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচে আমার দয়াল নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচে So next, if you could pull up, which one are you doing? Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koramoya.
Part of the quiz.
Wasn't a right answer.
It was not a right answer. Today, right now, it will be the right answer.
Are you pulling it up?
Yeah. Jai Mahaprabhu, yeah, whenever you're ready.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Daya Koro More Shri Krishna Daya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Daya Koro More Krishna Chaitanya Daya Koro More Toma Bina Ke Dayalu Jagat Samsara Toma Bina Ke Dayalu Jagat Samsara Toma Bina Ke Dayalu
read the translation?
Yeah.
I'll start with the first translation. So we'll just read the translation real quick. My dear Lord Chaitanya, please be merciful to me, because who can be more merciful than your lordship within these three worlds?
Your incarnation is just to reclaim the conditioned, fallen souls. But I assure you that you will not find a greater fallen soul than me. Therefore, my claim is first.
My dear Lord Nityananda, you are always joyful in spiritual bliss. Since you always appear very happy, I have come to you because I am most unhappy. If you kindly put your glance over me, then I may also become happy.
My dear Advaita Prabhu, husband of Sita, you are so kind. Please be merciful to me. If you are kind to me, naturally Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda will also be kind to me.
O Svarab Damodar, personal secretary of Lord Chaitanya. O six Goswamis. O Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Gopal Bhatt Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Raghunath Das Goswami. O Lokanath Goswami, my beloved spiritual master. Narottam Das also prays for your mercy.
O Srinivasacharya, successor to the six Goswamis, please be merciful to me. Narottam Das always desires the company of Ramachandra Chakravarti.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Naveen Prabhu, are you at the temple? And is there an update on the Abhishek?
I think that it looks like there's a small delay. I'll just find out what is happening. In the meantime, I'll just share Prabhupada Kirtan and just a second. So I'll just quickly run through some of the schedule that is left over for the rest of the program. So yes, we were supposed to start Abhishek at 5, but it looks like there's a slight delay. But once Abhishek is done, we will have our temple president Vedsar Prabhu also sing a bhajan and explain the significance of the bhajan. After which we'll have Aarti at 6:30, and 7 p.m. is when Amarendra Prabhu will start his session. And after that, his session along with questions and answers end at 8:30, and then we have the most interesting part, as all of you are waiting. Please get your altars ready. We're going to display all your altars for everyone to have darshan. And yes, that will be around 8:40, hopefully. And yes, so let me just find out what is happening at the temple. And in the meantime, let me just put some kirtan on. Hare Krishna.
Rama, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Hare Hare
So we just finished Abhishek. Shrikant, Miline, Nikili, Neni and Uma Mataji, Rita and Guru, Shivani and Harani, Shehan Sojanya, Chetan Maruhar, Sudha, Uttam Sarkar and family, Kuntal Patel and family, Hashmukh and Jashri family, Ankur Mazumdar and family, Vilas Khalid and family, Ren Gupta and family, Vaibhav Gupta and family. We have Uttam Vivek Prabhu and family, Ishnani Mataji and Mukunda Prabhu, Gaurish and Basireti, Pravi and Nimai, Pranavi and Sandhi, Srinivas, Kiram Shetty, Shamli Hari Prabhu and family, Badrinayan Prabhu and family, Gita Mataji and family, Uttama Radhika Mataji and family, Venidhari Prabhu and family, Vinod Kumar and Subhan Prabhu and family, Shiv Kumar and family, Madhurya Gopal Prabhu and family, Alpesh and Nidhi, Vinod and Rohini, Shrikant and Bachu and Sital, Kumud, Vishwarup, Akash Sharma and Madhu, Ramya Kandaswamy and Madhuri, Kirtineni, Sojash Patel and Raman and Vanita. These are all the devotees who participated in Abhishek. The Pujaris have offered the Panchamrit Abhishek on behalf of your family. I hope you are joining us virtually for this beautiful Gaura Purnima Abhishek itself. So we'll have a beautiful discussion on Mahaprabhu's pastime.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
So we'll be doing a very beautiful bhajan. We're going to be understanding Hare Krishna.
Actually, yeah, because this pole is in the way.
So this song, if you would like, you can pull up on your phone. This song is talking about the beautiful qualities of Lord Chaitanya. We're celebrating his birthday today. It's Gaura Gera Tuti Pada. G-A-U-R-A-N-G-G-E-R-A Gaura Gera Tuti Pada.
Haribol, Haribol.
So we're going to get a little glimpse into understanding who Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is. Fix that. So it's a very simple Bengali melody. This beautiful poetic song is written by Narottam Das Thakur. Gaurangera Dutipala Jaradhana Sampada Gaurangera Dutipala Jaradhana Gaurangera Dutipala Jaradhana Sampada Gaurangera Dutipala Jaradhana Sampada Sejane Bhakti Rasa Sejane the mind, or I can read the translation first. The bigger screen anyway.
Yeah.
This is fine, so I can do that. So, the song we just sang, we'll read the translation, and then we'll discuss a little bit on this beautiful song. It's not like Gaura, we are the Untitled Chapter. Where's the purpose of Gaura? Where's the purpose of Gaura? So this song, who's here for the first time? Let me see if I can see a show of hands for the first time. What is your name? Sai. Sai. Thank you so much for coming, Sai. Let's give Sai a beautiful welcome. What is your name? Srivardhan. Srivardhan. Let's welcome Srivardhan to the temple. What is your name? Amrita Ganesh. Amrita Ganesh. Amrita Ganesh. Let's welcome Amrita Ganesh to the temple. Anyone else here for the first time? So we're celebrating the appearance day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who the Gaudiya Vaishnavas consider not different from Krishna. So we're going to read the translation to this beautiful song we sang, and then open it up a little bit more for discussions. So the first verse, we only sang 4 verses. The translation to the first verse is, anyone who has accepted the 2 lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya can understand the true essence of devotional service. If one is captivated by the pleasing pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, the dirty things in the heart will all become cleansed. One who simply takes the shelter of the holy name of Gaura Sundara, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, will immediately develop love for God. To such a person I say, bravo, very nice, excellent. If one appreciates the merciful pastimes of Lord Chaitanya and feels ecstasy and sometimes cries, this process will immediately help him to understand the eternal pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Simply by understanding that the associates of Lord Gauranga are eternally free from material contamination, one can immediately be promoted to the transcendental abode of Lord Krishna. If one simply understands that the land of Navadvipa is not different from Vrindavan, then he actually lives in Vrindavan. If one says, let me dive deep into the waves of the nectarian ocean of transcendental loving movement introduced by Lord Chaitanya, he immediately becomes one of the confidential devotees of Sri Radha and Krishna. It does not matter whether one is a householder living at home or a vanaprastha or a sannyasi living in the forest. If he simply chants, O Gauranga, and becomes devotee to Lord Chaitanya, then Narottama Das Thakur begs to have his association. So, Srila Prabhupada wrote a very beautiful, I don't know how much time they will be here. Maybe if you want to leave, make sure they get prasadam. Yes. So for those of us, devotees who are here in person, thank you for joining us for Gaura Purnima celebrations. For those of you who are joining us from your homes, along with your family and friends, and for those of you who are driving, and wherever you are attending this Gaura Purnima celebrations, we welcome you to join us for this beautiful celebration of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. So Prabhupada wrote a very beautiful purport to this song. So we'll read that and then we'll discuss even further. Gaurang Gira Duti Pada Jara Dhana Sampada Sejane Bhakati Rasasana. This is another song composed by Narottam Das Thakur, and he says that one who has accepted the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya, in other words, one who has the only asset of possession, the two lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya, such a person is supposed to know what is the essence of devotional service. Sejane Bhakati Rasasana. What is the purport of devotional service? Or what is the humor of devotional service? Can be understood by a person who has accepted Lord Chaitanya's lotus feet as everything. The idea is that actually Lord Chaitanya, he is Krishna himself, and he is teaching devotional service to the living entities personally, directly. Therefore, the modes of devotional service, as taught by Lord Chaitanya, is the most perfect. There cannot be any doubt. The expert or the master is teaching the servant how to work. If somebody is master of some engineering work and he is personally teaching some assistant, that teaching, instruction, is most perfect. Similarly, Lord Krishna himself is in the role of a devotee, is teaching devotional service. Therefore, the path taught out by Lord Krishna is the most feasible way for the perfection to devotional service. Sejane Bhakati Rasasana. So, maybe we can, there's a lot of mathematicians. Are you all from Georgia Tech? Okay, we're going to give you some math problem now. So, why is the celebration of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's birth so unique to all of us? So unique that so many saints, hundreds of saints in India, are glorifying the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as being so unique. So in order to understand how fortunate we are, we're just going to do a little mathematical calculation. So Mahaprabhu appears, his appearance is very, very rare. He comes on a day of Lord Brahma. So we're going to understand what is a day of Lord Brahma looks like. So, one yuga, there's 4 yugas, Satya, Treta, Dwapara and Kali. So one yuga, Kali Yuga, is 432,000 human years. Okay, we got it? 432. So Dwapar Yuga is double that. And Treta Yuga is triple that. And Satya Yuga, 4 times. So what is the total? What is the total coming to? What is it? 432 billion. Yes.
4 trillion.
Sorry?
4 trillion 32,000.
4 trillion?
Yeah, 30,000.
Okay, 32,000. So that is called the 4 yugas. They're called the Chatur yugas. Or it's also considered to be a Divya Yuga. So, Divya Yuga means everyone lives 100 years, right? So Brahma has 100 years. So you do that times 100. What are we coming to?
No, that's actually 432 billion years. Actually. 4 billion 32,000 is the day of Brahma. Sorry, 4 billion 32 million, but 320 million is the day of Brahma. And then 100 times that is 432 billion.
My calculation, I'm wrong. So 24 hours of Brahmas is equal to 8,640,000,000 human years.
That's
Full cycle. Day,
2000.
24.
Yeah.
24 hours. So is that correct?
Yeah, double.
Okay. So that is one day of Brahma. So in this 8,640,000,000 years of Brahma, and at the 28 Divya Yugas, so how many Divya Yugas is day of Brahma? Divya Yuga means 4. 4 yugas is one Divya Yuga. So how many Divya Yuga in a day of Brahma then?
200, 100 day, 100 night. It's like 1,000 day, 1,000 night.
Is it coming out then?
Yeah, one kalpa is 1,000 Chaturjugas.
Are we doing this right?
Yeah.
So on the 28th, so do you have this right? On the 28th Divya Yuga, Lord Krishna appears.
28 out of 1,000.
Huh?
28 out of the 1,000.
28 out of the 1,000.
Yeah.
So that when that Dwapar Yuga, Krishna appears. So how many years is that? From current. So if of the yugas, Satya, Treta, Dwapar, Kali, when you calculate all the 4 yugas, how far away are we from when Krishna appeared in Dwapar Yuga? Now,
5,000 years.
approximately about 5,000 years ago, Krishna appeared. And Krishna appeared also 500 and what is it? Which Gaura is it? 538? 534. 534 years ago, again, Krishna appeared as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that means that it's so rare that Krishna actually comes to hang out with us. And as far as 534 years ago, how much time do we have, Shweta?
6:30.
6:30. So we have 1 more minute. 5 more minutes. Just to understand how rare it is. So we are the closest. 534 years ago, Krishna had appeared. So we are so fortunate. And that is why this song you will see that Narottam Das Thakur sings, he's talking about how fortunate we are. That we are so close to the appearance of Krishna. Not many people get this human birth to understand this closeness that we have to Krishna's appearance. And this human form of life, and particularly in this Kali Yuga, is a very unique, because we have gone through 8,400,000 species of life, and out of that one is the human form. Imagine you just keep going around in a circle, and somehow you happen to have a human birth in this Kali Yuga at this time, where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared not so long ago. So that's why the saints, they're always encouraging us to take this opportunity, because it's not so far away. When someone says just 100 years ago, it's not so far away. It's very close. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he appeared very recently. So you can still see the residue of his mercy and his compassion, even the places where he enacted beautiful pastimes. It is still available for us to visit and for us to try and imbibe those beautiful moods that he expressed in his association with devotees. So in this song, Narottam Das Thakur is saying that to understand the essence of bhakti is to understand how this personality, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he literally walked this planet with his two lotus feet, which many people try to aspire, yogis and jnanis. They aspire for many, many lifetimes. We all know Ganga Devi. She is coming to the lotus feet of Vishnu, and she's flowing through Bharata Bhumi, through India, coming down all the way from the spiritual world. The same lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because it's not different. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahayanya. That Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a combined form of Radha and Krishna. So this gets a little esoteric, trying to understand. We also understand that every human being has both the male and female energy. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu takes a very unique mood. He takes the mood of the female energy, Srimati Radharani, the supreme female energy. Yet he has the form of Gauranga, the male form, with the female mood, because he wants to understand what is the essence of the loving exchange that happens between the supreme male energy and the female energy, which is Krishna and Radha. It's difficult to understand. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he walked this planet not so long ago, only 534 years ago. And to understand that essence of his appearance in this world, they're saying that if you understand the essence of his appearance, then you have understood what is pure divine love. Then it says, Gaurangara Madhurlila Jara Karne Praveshara. Those who understand the deepest pastimes of the supreme masculine and the supreme feminine energy, the transcendental masculine and the transcendental feminine energy, which is Krishna and Radha. And when you understand here, if you let those pastimes enter, those expressions of transcendental love enter your ears, then Gaurangara Madhurlila Jara Karne Praveshava. If you allow those beautiful narration of those transcendental loving exchanges enter your ears, then you will be drowning in the ocean of transcendental bliss. Because to fully understand, so many doors, to fully understand the transcendental loving exchanges, it requires you to it requires you to transcend your material existence. That the physical body that we have, the physical mind that we have, is not in the equation. It is simply an instrument to understand the transcendental loving nature of this transcendental loving exchanges. And if you understand, then you are no longer living in this material world. You have transcended your material existence. Gaurangera Sangigane Nitya Siddha Boli Mane. Those who understand, I think we also discussed this before. Those who understand that along with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came a lot of eternally liberated souls. We have studied in our classes also, there is something called Kalima Siddha, someone who becomes fully transcendental through the practice of sadhana. And then there is those who become fully transcendental through the practice, just through the mercy, through Kripa Siddha. And then there is another category which is called the Nitya Siddha. There are people who are eternally liberated. They just come, their consciousness is eternally liberated. They just come in physical bodies, so-called physical bodies, to enact different pastimes in this world. When we study Gaudiya Vaishnavism, you will find that there are so many such saintly people who just come from the spiritual realm to do incredible things and inspire people and get them to understand this deeper sense of bhakti, this transcendental principles of bhakti. And in the fourth verse, we are saying, Shri Gaura Mandala Bhumi Jeva Jane Chintamani Tarabha Broja Bhume Vas. That those who understand the Gaura Mandala Bhumi is a place where it's in the beautiful 9 islands. It's called Navadvip. In the spiritual world, it is said that it is in the shape of a lotus flower that has 9 petals. And these 9 petals are so beautiful that there is actually a replica in India. There is some remnants of it you can still visit. And that is where a lot of beautiful transcendental pastimes of transcendental loving exchanges that took place, that is visible and available for us to visit. So when you visit that place, it's saying that that place is not different from original Goloka Vrindavan, where Krishna, in the spiritual world, he does his beautiful pastimes with many, many devotees. So therefore, Narottam Das Thakur, this great saint, he says, it doesn't matter what stage of life you're in. If you're a grihastha, in a household, or you're working, you can still attain this transcendental loving stage. There's no barriers. There's no designations. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also says this in a beautiful prayer. He says, Naham vipro nachan narapatir napi vaishyana shudro Naham varni nacha grihapatir no vanasto yatirva Kintu pradyan nikhila paramananda purnam mritate Gopi bhakti padakamalayo dasa dasa nidasa. To understand this position, to relish this transcendental loving exchange, you do not need a certain dress. You do not have to be in a certain occupation. You can be a grihastha in a household, a vanaprastha, someone who is living in the forest, sannyasi, someone who is a mendicant, or a brahmachari, someone who is practicing celibacy. It doesn't matter if you're a householder, you're a student. There is no designations that is required in order for you to relish this transcendental loving exchanges. And that's why Narottam Das Thakur is recommending that please join in this beautiful sport. And this sport is in the waves of loving devotional service. Devotional service means the loving exchange that we have with one soul to another soul and connected to the Supreme Soul. So this is what he's saying. When you can connect on a transcendental level with all living entities, that is the waves of devotion, that is the waves of love. And he's saying, please join us in this beautiful sport. So, Patita Pavan Shri Gaura Hari Ki Jai. Very soon there's going to be another discussion, more details about the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So you can also join us because our time is short. We're supposed to have kirtan right now. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Avirbhav Tithi Mahamahotsav Ki Jai. So those of you who are living, did you get prashadam? If you wait a little longer, they will give you more prashadam. There will be a big feast. And then if you wait after the feast, there will be a third feast. So please do not leave. So those of you who are doing arati, please come to the front. Kavisha.
And tell him to make an announcement regarding the darshan in the end.
Shri Gauratai ki jai, Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai, Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Maiya ki jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna
Radha
Which is your number?
One more offering.
Which one did you save recently?
Shri Srimad Abhay Charanaravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki ISKCON BBT founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki Brahma Madhva Gauriya Sampradaya Acharya Vrinda ki Sri Rup Sri Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raghunath Sarva Swami Prabhupada ki Nam Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासद श्री गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गौप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरिराज गोवर्धन की ब्रजभूमि श्री वृंदावन धाम की पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री मायापुर धाम की श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु आविर्भाव तिथि महामहोत्सव की श्री गौर पूर्णिमा महामहोत्सव की गंगामाई जमुनामाई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की समवेत गौर भक्त वृंद की निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
So after beautiful Abhishek, Kirtan, and beautiful Aarti, we are now moving on to our next program, where His Grace Amrita Prabhu will be enlightening us. So as you all know, we started the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a couple of weeks ago. So today, His Grace Amrita Prabhu will be concluding that.
Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste Narasimhaya
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. So Amarendra Prabhu has already joined, so we'll quickly introduce him. I think Amarendra Prabhu doesn't need any introduction. He's a global speaker, and we all know him very well. But a quick introduction about His Grace Amarendra Prabhu is that Amarendra Prabhu academically holds master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Massachusetts and an MBA in information technology management from the University of Minnesota. Spiritually, he holds a degree of Bhakti Shastri, which is a diploma on advanced studies of Eastern philosophical wisdom's text. At a very tender age of just 28, he is global trotting spirituality, motivating life coach, and over 5 million views on social media. His talks are appreciated by a wide spectrum of audience and is highly respected and invited as one of the most prominent youth speaker at numerous international science and spiritual conferences. He has successfully delivered talks at world-class universities like MIT and Harvard, as well as so many temples, ISKCON temples around the globe. and he is providing satisfying answer about big questions in religion, spiritual meditation, scientific synthesis, and peace. Amrinda Prabhu is a vast encyclopedia of ancient spiritual wisdom with Sanskrit language as his main specialization. Being renowned for his ability to articulate the universal spiritual truths in a vibrant and informative manner, he makes in for a new ave inspiring encounter. So with that, I would request ISKCON Amrinda Prabhu to please take over. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu.
Krishna, my obeisances. Thank you for kindly having me over. Special gratitude to the management of ISKCON Atlanta. My obeisances, first of all, to Shachi Mata and Jagannath Mishra for giving this world such a beautiful gift in the form of Nimai Vishwambar Mishra. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. My obeisances to Radha Madan Mohan. So blissful to see them vibrantly sitting there, relishing the kirtan and the live presence of so many Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. My heart yearns to be there with them as soon as possible. Shri Gaura Nitai looks so beautiful. Shri Jagannath, Shri Baladev, Shri Subhadra, Sudarshan, Srila Prabhupada, given us such a beautiful gift as a community to be united and celebrate Gaur Purnima together. Although it's virtual for most, but still if we add our heart and sincere attention, then we will have the same effect that we would get by physical association. I want to offer my obeisances to all the senior Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis on the call, and those who have kindly engaged me in this service. My special gratitude to His Grace Vedasar Prabhu, my gratitude to His Grace Adi Gadadhar Prabhu, my special gratitude to His Grace Sadananda Ramachandra Prabhu for considering me for this service, my gratitude to His Grace Jai Kumar Prabhu and Kartik Kripa Prabhu, those who are taking care of this call and wonderfully spearheading this whole event. My obeisances to everyone who's joining in from different parts of the state and different parts of the country. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So I will quickly chant the Mangalacharana prayers, and then not very long, maybe about 45 minutes or so, we will have a discussion from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita on the glories of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And later, if there are any questions or reflections, we can definitely take. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guroho Shri Yutapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Vitamtam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tatta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusutta Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gaurvani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So I would like to screen share with Jai Kumar Prabhu's permission, if that is okay. Okay, thank you, Prabhu. So this is a very wonderful verse that we see from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela chapter 7, text 23. Very, very sweet verse. This is something that we all can memorize. Whenever we speak about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's compassion, we speak about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's merciful nature, we can quote this verse and also sing this verse for deepening our own faith in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela, chapter 7, text 23. Please kindly chant after me. Patra patra vichar nahi, nahi sthana sthan. Jai jaha paye taha kare premadan. Patra patra vichar nahi, nahi sthana sthan. Jai jaha paye taha kare premadan. Patra patra vichar nahi, nahi sthana sthan. जे जहाँ पाए तहाँ करे प्रेमदान. So very beautiful verse. We can see nice words have been used here. So patra means qualification. Apatra means no qualification. Patra means he who's fit. Apatra means he who's not fit. Vichara nahi, no consideration. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has no consideration about who's qualified and who's not. And at the same time, nahi sthan, asthan. Sthan means right place. Asthan means improper place or favorable place and unfavorable place. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives devotion, when he gives love of Godhead, patra apatra vichara nahi. He doesn't consider whether or not the person is qualified, whether or not the person is a fit candidate. At the same time, the place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives mercy, he doesn't see whether it is a proper favorable place or unfavorable place. And the second line says, Jai jaha pai, whomever, wherever he meets, taha, there itself, kare premadan. He gives the charity of Krishna prem. So let's hear Prabhupada's translation and purport. Srila Prabhupada is so kind to translate the Bengali, see, word by word, so that we all from all backgrounds can appreciate the word so nicely. Translation. In distributing love of Godhead, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates did not consider who was a fit candidate and who was not, nor where such distribution should or should not take place. They made no conditions. Wherever they got the opportunity, the members of the Panchatattva distributed love of Godhead. Now, this is very interesting. This is actually describing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But look at how Prabhupada writes in the translation. He says, in distributing love of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates, which means Prabhupada includes himself in that translation. Not just Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, even his associates, bracket like me, Prabhupada is giving a hint, they don't consider who's a fit candidate and who's not. And nor do they consider where the distribution should take place. Some say, oh, a sannyasi should not cross the ocean. That is a consideration of place. But Prabhupada, wherever there is an opportunity, they made no conditions. Wherever they got the opportunity, the members of the Panchatattva distributed love of God. So irrespective of place, irrespective of time, irrespective of circumstance, irrespective of whoever is receiving, whether or not they're qualified or fit, Mahaprabhu gave. Now let's hear the purport. Prabhupada starts off very interesting. There are some rascals who dare to speak against the mission of Lord Chaitanya by criticizing the Krishna consciousness movement. You see, Prabhupada's thought, somebody could say, hey, Amarendra, how do you know Prabhupada is including himself in the associates? Because you can see Prabhupada's heart in the purport. Prabhupada immediately connects it to ISKCON and his preaching. There are some rascals who dare to speak against the mission of Lord Chaitanya by criticizing the Krishna consciousness movement for accepting Europeans and Americans as Brahmanas and even offering them sannyas. But here is an authoritative statement that in distributing love of Godhead, one should not consider whether the recipients are Europeans, Americans, Hindus, Muslims, etc. The Krishna consciousness movement should be spread wherever possible, and one should accept those who thus become Vaishnavas as being greater than Brahmanas, Hindus, or Indians. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu desired that his name be spread in each and every town and village on the surface of the globe. Therefore, when the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is spread all over the world, should those who embrace it not be accepted as Vaishnavas, Brahmanas, and Sannyasis? These foolish arguments are sometimes raised by envious rascals, but Krishna conscious devotees do not care about them. We strictly follow the principles set down by the Panchatattva. This is how we get to know, although the verse speaks about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the translation, Prabhupada says, in distributing love of Godhead, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. So this is very interesting. So I will stop the screen share now, and then we will discuss on this verse. It's a very beautiful verse. Actually, the interesting thing is, this verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita reminds me of another very interesting verse, which comes from a book called Chaitanya Chandramrita by Prabodhananda Saraswati. There, Prabodhananda Saraswati has quoted something very similar. I will chant the verse. It's very beautiful. Of course, I didn't find a Chaitanya Chandramrita copy online for screen sharing, but devotees can kindly hear the verse and follow through the discussion. It's very beautiful and sweet. Prabodhananda Saraswati says, Patra patra vicharanam na kurute na swam param vikshate deya deya vimarshako nahinava kala pratiksha prabho sadhyoya shravane kshana pranamana dhyanadina durlabham Datte bhakti rasam sa eva bhagavan Gaura param me gati. Very beautiful. Prabodhananda Saraswati has written this verse in Sanskrit. On the other hand, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami in Chaitanya Charitamrita has given the same verse in Bengali. So what does this mean? Very, very beautiful. The same word patra is the start for this verse also. Prabodhananda Saraswati has said, Patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. So this is the first thing for us to consider. What is the first thing? Patra means qualification. Apatra, no qualification or disqualification or unqualified. Vicharanam, consideration. Na kurute. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not consider who's qualified and who's unqualified. Very, very beautiful. He gave Krishna Prem through Harinam Sankirtan, through his glancing, through his embracing, through his singing. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he made everyone devotees. It's really fascinating. Gauranga and Nityananda, they had a very interesting preaching plan. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached in a very intellectual way to the class, and Nityananda Prabhu went to the mass. Classes and the masses. Both these brothers, they plundered love of Godhead and gave it to everyone. Jagai and Madhai were uplifted by Nitai, while Prakashananda Saraswati and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Keshav Kashmiri, they were uplifted by Nimai Vishwambar, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, through debates and arguments and proper deliberation on Shastra. So Patra Apatra Vicharanam na kurute. Everybody was touched by Bhakti. Classic example of that is all of us. Did we hitchhike like His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj in their journey home? Or did we go like Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, going all over India to find a bona fide spiritual master? Did we go like Srila Prabhupada, along with the friend, to hear sadhus? Or did we go like Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur to our Gurudev and say, if you don't initiate me, I will jump into the Ganga and give up my life. My life is useless without your shelter. Or did we like Narottam Das Thakur, secretly clean the remnants of Lokanath Goswami, his spiritual master, and gain his mercy? Or did we like Quresh, pluck our eyes and offer to Gurudev? Quresh offered it to Sripad Ramanujacharya. Did we do that? Or like the disciples of Srila Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur, very specifically Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, who later became the sannyas guru of Srila Prabhupada, did we sacrifice? It is described that Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur was such a revolutionary that the Brahmanas, the Smartha Brahmanas, did not like him because he was giving the Brahmin thread initiation, the Brahman initiation, even to those who were not born Brahmanas, because Saraswati Thakur was following Vaishnavism. So the caste Brahmanas really took it
as a serious offense, and they decided to stone throw, pelt stones, and assassinate Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur. But at that time, his beloved disciple, Keshav Maharaj, he took the dress of Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur and his glasses and gave his dress to Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur. And as a result, because they looked pretty similar in their structure and their height and their features, everybody thought Keshav Maharaj was actually Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur, and they started pelting stones at him. And Saraswati Thakur was safe because he went in the dress of Keshav Maharaj. So in this way, so many examples of Guru Nishtha, so many examples of sincere seekers. We see so many disciples of Srila Prabhupada in the Western world. When they speak about Srila Prabhupada, they always, in their memories, they share, I was looking for the higher purpose of life. Somehow, lot of material enjoyment was not the answer to my question. I was looking for the higher reality. I saw so many Indian sadhus, but they didn't seem to answer my question. I was looking for what's there beyond life. And then Srila Prabhupada walked in, etc. So the point is, how many of us really went deep in our quest and our search to find God and to find a bona fide path, to find a bona fide teacher, to go to different ashrams and monasteries and hear from different people and say, no, this is not the way, this is not the way, this is not the way, and finally come to the lotus feet of Sri Guru. How many of us did that? At least I did not. So what that means is, when something is given without hard work, that is called mercy. That is mercy. So patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he gives bhakti, he doesn't see whether someone is qualified or no. At least on a personal level, we can think that we came to the lotus feet of Prabhupada and this Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya by the mercy, the current coming from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If he would have considered whether or not we are qualified, maybe we may not be eligible. Krishna always works on justice, and Sriman Mahaprabhu always works on mercy. This is why we see many times Mahaprabhu has one hand up and one hand down, which means to say, what is very high class, I am picking that fruit and giving it to you very easily. Like when the father has to pick something and give it to his son who's not very tall. So that is Mahaprabhu. He's standing with his arms raised, that I am picking that fruit of love of Godhead and very easily giving it to you. But at the same time, there are other meanings also. What is another meaning? When Mahaprabhu raises one hand up and one hand down, it means this is justice. This is very high class. Krishna works on justice, but this is mercy, something that is accessible. There are many more meanings. One more meaning of Mahaprabhu's one hand raised and one hand down is to compare, or let's say to put beauty over power. Everyone's worshipping Krishna because of Krishna's power, Krishna's position as the controller. But Mahaprabhu is teaching, Rag Marg Bhakti Loke Korite Pracharan, that worship Krishna being attracted to him, not in a God-fearing way, but in a God-serving, in a God-loving manner. Consider beauty of the Lord to be higher than his power. So in this way, Sriman Mahaprabhu comes in the most beautiful, wonderful role of a devotee. And patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. He doesn't consider who's qualified and who's unqualified. Here's another interesting thing. The word patra, which we translated as qualification or eligibility, in Sanskrit, the word patra also means a receptacle, a pot, a vessel, or a receiving pot. Let's put it like that, patra. So we can think of it like this. Imagine there is a rich man, very rich man, and he decides, I am going to distribute sweet rice to everyone, anyone and everyone that I meet. I will give sweet rice, prasad, I will distribute to everyone. Imagine there's a rich man who thinks like that. And he comes out of his house and he starts distributing sweet rice, very sweet, nectarian sweet rice to everyone. And everyone comes in, the neighbors are coming, the friends are coming, the friends of his children, the kids are also coming, they're also accepting. In fact, even the beggars from the street, they are also coming. This is India, so we still have some beggars. They are also coming and they are also requesting. But at that time, as this rich man is giving kheer, he's giving sweet rice. At that time, he sees to the side, there is one homeless beggar who's like looking down. He's looking towards the rich man and everyone eating, and then he's looking down. So the rich man says, hey, come over. I can give you kheer. What happened? He says, oh, I don't have a receptacle bowl. I don't have a plate. I don't have a pot in which I can accept it. So the rich man says, oh, don't worry. I have an extra pot. Take this. You take the pot, and then I will also fill it up for you. So the person becomes very happy. So this is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So the word patra, which means qualification, also means a receptacle, a bowl. So whether someone has the bowl, his heart is fertile, he has the bowl to accept the kheer of prem, or a patra, someone wants it but doesn't even have the inner receptacle bowl to accept it. Mahaprabhu will give the bowl and he will fill it up. This is the meaning. Patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. This is point number 1. Second point, na swam param vikshate. Na means negation, negative. So we can see patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. He doesn't consider. Now the same na could be used throughout the verse in very erudite compositions, but no. Prabodhananda Saraswati was such a great acharya. He uses the word na again and again. He says, patra apatra vicharanam na kurute, na swam param vikshate. Na swam param vikshate. Na means no, swam means one's own, and param means outsider, vikshate, which means vikshate means to see, to consider. So Mahaprabhu does not consider whether someone is mine or someone's not mine. Someone is a friend or someone is a foe, or whether someone is from Bengal or from outside Bengal, or from Jagannath Puri, or whether someone is an Indian or is a non-Indian, or whether someone is a male or is a female, whether someone is a sannyasi, whether someone is a grihastha, whether someone is a human or a demigod or even an animal, or whether someone is a saint or whether someone is a swindler. Mahaprabhu has no consideration about na swam param vikshate, whether or not that person belongs to me, is part of my caste, part of my nationality, part of my country, part of my community. Does he look the way I look? Does he speak the way he has no consideration, absolutely. So this is the nature of those who get the mercy of Mahaprabhu. They are also like that. So na swam param vikshate. Point number 1, we said, patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. Second, na swam param vikshate. Now the third point, this is very beautiful. Deya adeya vimarshako nahi. Vimarshanam, vimarshaka means again consideration, distinction. Deya, should it be given? Adeya, I don't think it should be given. So this thought, whether to give it or to not give it. Should I conceal it? Should I reveal it? Should I give love of Godhead? Should I not give it? Even this consideration is not there. Whatever is belonging to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he just opens up the trash box and he gives it out to everyone without any consideration. Deya, adeya, vimarshaka nahi. He has absolutely no consideration whether or not it should be given. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Today, during the kirtan, just before the kirtan, or between 2 kirtans, I believe, Jai Kumar Prabhu was reading and reciting some nice verses. In that, there was one verse from the Bhagavatam. And of course, there's another verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is in line with what we're discussing. It is described, what did Mahaprabhu give? Vairagya yog bhakti rasam prayatnair. What did he give? He gave something that is very rare. Raghunath Das Goswami, he modifies this verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita little and offers it to Sanatan Goswami. He says that what Mahaprabhu gave the whole world, Sanatan Goswami gave me. He gave this bhakti. So in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is described. Vairagya vidya nija bhakti yoga shikshartameka purusha purana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sharira Dhari Kripambudiyastamaham Prapadhye. That what did Mahaprabhu give to everyone? Vairagya. Vairagya means renunciation. He gave renunciation from material activities. But we must understand the word Vairagya also has one more meaning. Vairagya, Vai means Vishesha, very special. And Rag means attachment. So he gave this world the path of great attachment to Krishna. As a result, automatically there was detachment from this world. Very beautiful. When there is distraction, that means it's alternative attraction. So for one to be distracted away from sense gratification, there must be a better alternative to get attracted to. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave everyone the Vishesh Rag, the great attachment to Krishna. As a result, there was detachment from this world. He gave detachment coupled with, or attachment to Krishna coupled with detachment from this world. The second thing that he gave is Vidya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave unparalleled teachings in this world, lessons. And this is why the teachings of Lord Chaitanya series has been so fruitful, because whether it is Mahaprabhu's teachings to Rupa Goswami, or Mahaprabhu's teachings to Sanatan Goswami, or Mahaprabhu's teachings to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and conversations with Prakashananda Saraswati and Ramananda Rai, they're all Vidya. That's all teachings, lessons, the mood of Mahaprabhu. So therefore, Mahaprabhu gave process of attachment to Krishna. He gave transcendental wisdom. And at the same time, Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga. He connected everyone to the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani in the Gaudiya Parampara. And Shikshartam Eka Purusha Purana. To teach this principle, the Purana Purusha, that Krishna who's described in the Puranas, he came in Kali Yuga. And how did he come? Sri Krishna Chaitanya Shariradhari. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Shariradhari. Very, very interesting. He came in the form of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But the word Shariradhari is very interesting, because Sharira means body and Dharanam means to hold. So we know there is no difference between the soul and body for Krishna. So he doesn't accept a body. His body is a spiritual body. So the soul and the body, no difference. But for us, we are soul, spirit soul, covered with a material body. But for Krishna, it is not like that. His soul only is the spiritual body. So why is it said here that Krishna accepted the body of Sri Krishna Chaitanya? Because it was Krishna who accepted the bhav, the mood, and the form of Srimati Radharani. So Krishna Shariradhari, he accepted the body of Radharani. He accepted the loving sentiments of Radharani, and he came as Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Also, the word Sri Krishna Chaitanya is very, very interesting. The word Chaitanya means conscious. The word Shri means Radharani, like Shri Shukha Uvacha, the parrot of Radharani spoke in the Bhagavatam. So Shri is Radharani, Krishna is Krishna, and Chaitanya is to be conscious. So Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sriman Mahaprabhu, is he who's always conscious of Radha and Krishna. This is why in our movement, we are called as the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. If you translate the word Krishna consciousness in Sanskrit, you will get the term Krishna Chaitanya. So Mahaprabhu, he was always Krishna conscious, always Radha Krishna conscious. And that is what he came to give in this world. Kripambudhi, as the ocean of mercy. So therefore, Deya Deya Vimarshako Nahi. Prabodhananda Saraswati said, he came and he didn't even think whether or not this should be given. The Rupa Goswami and other acharyas have written, Irad adattam nijagupta vittam swaprema nama mritam ati udaraha apamaram yo vitatara gaura Krishna janebhyo tamaham prapadhye. That what did Mahaprabhu come to give in this world? Chirat, for a long, long time, adattam, that which was not given. And what is that? Nija gupta vittam. In Sanskrit, Nija means his own, confidential, his own property. Nija Gupta Vitta. So Nija means his own, Gupta means confidential, secretive, and Vitta means wealth or treasure. So Krishna came to give in this world his own hidden, confidential, secret treasure. And what is that? Those are his pastimes in Vrindavan. You see, when Krishna performs his pastimes in the forests of Vrindavan, he performs pastimes with Srimati Radharani. And sometimes Radha and Krishna want to be with each other. So even their Sakhis, like Lalita Sakhi, Vishaka Sakhi, they are also at a distance. They don't go close to them. But at that time, when Radha and Krishna are meeting and Lalita Vishakha, they're all far away. They want to offer some service to Radha and Krishna. So what do? They have a pulley. Like if they want to, let's say, fan Radha and Krishna, and they don't want to go and disturb them, so they will have a rope with a pulley which goes inside the grove. So from outside, Lalita and Vishakha, they will pull, and that rope which goes over the pulley inside the grove, that will fan. So these pastimes of Radha and Krishna and their sweet talks, they are so high class that even Lalita, Vishakha, Indulekha, Champaklata, the Ashtasakis, sometimes they don't have entry, or they keep distance for privacy. But at that time, those who are maidservants of Radharani, like Rupa Manjari, who came in this world as Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami, because they're maidservants of Radharani, they storm in and they're always there, giving some beverage, or they're fanning and they're comforting, singing some songs and playing some instruments personally. So that service that is offered to Radha and Krishna in that grove, that is Nija Gupta Vittam. That is the rare, secret, confidential treasure in the heart of Radha and Krishna, which is not given to anyone. Even Lord Brahma, even Lord Shiva, even Vishnu, even Lakshmi Devi, what to speak of other demigods, even Krishna's own friends. And what to speak of friends, Krishna's own parents, what to speak of Krishna's parents, even the gopis, sometimes they don't have entry. But Radha and Krishna thought, oh, people in Kali Yuga should also have a chance to come and witness these beautiful pastimes in Vrindavan. So Nija Gupta Vittam, their own confidential, secretive wealth in the form of these pastimes, Radha and Krishna thought, let us combine as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and go and give this treasure to everyone in the age of Kali Yuga, so that if they chant Hare Krishna and they follow the wonderful example of our acharyas, taking shelter of Rupa Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami, and the moods set by our acharyas, then as taught by Srila Prabhupada in his books, then internally, so externally by practicing bhakti, and internally by developing very deep attachment to Krishna, they may, on giving up their body, attain a certain form which can assist Radha and Krishna in those pastimes. So it was made possible by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Deya Adeya Vimarshako Nahi Nava. Mahaprabhu did not consider these confidential pastimes, should they be kept open? Should everyone have an entrance? Just imagine, Lalita and Vishakha Sakhi, if they are at a distance and only Rupa Manjari in the form of Rupa Goswami is having entry into these pastimes. Now Radha and Krishna as Mahaprabhu, they just rip open the door of these pastimes of Vrindavan and say, everyone just join us in. There is no entry fee. There is no line and queue that you have to line up. Just everyone come in. And that too from the streets of Kali Yuga. This was never done before, where a large sense of recruitment, so to speak, just like in a job interview, you can see a certain multinational company, they run on-campus recruitments in different universities and schools. They recruit employees. So Sriman Mahaprabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, very lovingly, very kindly, he recruited everyone in Kali Yuga and gave them entrance into Vrindavan, into Radha and Krishna, things which are so high class and confidential. Mahaprabhu, he didn't wait for us to desire or deserve, because he knows we may neither desire nor deserve this level of very high class, lofty treasures and goals. So therefore, he lowered the branch on the tree so that the fruit of Krishna Prem drops down and anyone can pick it. You see, when sometimes it's difficult for us to pick the fruit from a certain tree, a dear friend will climb up the tree and he will push the branch down. So the branch starts hanging down and the fruit is there, and it's it's easily reachable for someone who is desirous of that fruit. So Sriman Mahaprabhu did that. That high class, lofty fruit of Radha Krishna's sweet pastimes in Vrindavan, which were hidden in Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, and Dwapar Yuga. Mahaprabhu, he lowered that branch and gave that fruit through the works of the 6 Goswamis. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself was always absorbed in the consciousness of Vrindavan. And through Rupa Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, Jeev Goswami, and all of our acharyas, then Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Baladev Vidya Bhushan, of course, Narottam Shamananda Srinivas, then Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur and our beloved Srila Prabhupada. Through this line, Mahaprabhu continues to inspire so many different deities manifesting around the world, so many devotees as Siksha Guru, taking the role of teaching others, so many scriptures manifesting, which are teaching us the path of Radha Krishna Bhakti, and so wonderful path of cultivation. So in this way, Mahaprabhu has kept it easily accessible for all of us. So the first point we were mentioning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. He first does not consider whether or not we are qualified or whether we have the right bowl of or receptacle to accept it. And second, we mentioned na swam param vikshate. Mahaprabhu does not consider whether someone is our friend or foe, or whether someone is of the same species or not. The third, deya adeya vimarshako nahinava. He doesn't consider whether this Nikunja Leela of Vrindavan, the sweet, wonderful pastimes of Radha Krishna and Krishna's pastimes with his associates, whether or not it should be given to the souls in Kali Yuga. This is the third. He doesn't consider. And fourth, when he decides to give it, Kala Pratikshaha Prabho. Kala Pratikshaha Prabho. He doesn't consider whether this is the right time to give or no. Should I wait for Satya Yuga to give it? Should I give it to people who are performing yajnas? Should I wait for Kali Yuga to pass? Because, you know, when we want to take some decisions, we always think whether or not it's the right time to do it, whether it's the right time to execute this, or should we just wait, let things pass and settle down a bit, and then we take a decision. Mahaprabhu did not kala pratikshaha prabho. He did not consider whether it was the right time or it was not. He didn't consider whether someone is young, someone is a child, someone is an old person, whether someone is male or female. No consideration, absolutely, absolutely nothing. You see, our situation in Kali Yuga, what is our situation in Kali Yuga? When a couple of days ago, we saw this example, so it kind of resonated with what we're speaking now. When you have to clean some vegetable, you clean the vegetable, and then when you wash it and you soak it for some time after washing it, you see that the vegetable becomes clean, but all the dirt and the dregs, so to speak, the sand gets settled down in the bottom. And then the vegetable, after cleaning, it's taken out and all of the sand is thrown away down the drain. So that's the example that we're talking about. Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga is like that vegetable, very well washed. Those are the qualified men. And who are we in Kali Yuga? We are the sand particles which have settled down to the water, which should ideally be trashed. Because Ramachandra came, we didn't get delivered. If we were qualified and if we were in line with Sri Ramachandra's teachings, we would have gone back home, back to Godhead. Sri Krishna himself came, spoke the Bhagavad Gita, enacted his pastimes. We are still here. But it was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who came and said, those who are fallen in the drain of Kali Yuga, after the vegetable of Satya, Treta, Dwapar has been nicely washed, the dreg that remains, the sand particles that have settled down to the bottom in the water of Kali Yuga, those are the jivas. What did Mahaprabhu do? Other incarnations, they came and uplifted, they washed the vegetable and they left. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and accepted the sand that was left behind. The dirt that was there, stuck to the vegetable, Mahaprabhu took all of that. And he said, oh, they also need mercy. Instead of trashing them down the drain, I will accept them. So he, without consideration of whether or not something is the right time or not, he didn't consider any of that. Kala pratikshaha prabhu. He didn't do any pratiksha for the right time. He didn't wait for the right time. We are in a time frame, if you see, it's 5,000 years into Kali Yuga and things are just going to get worse with time. How are we in Kali Yuga? We are in a very sorrowful state according to the Bhagavatam. Prayena alpa ayusha sabhya kalau asmin yuge janaha manda sumanda matayor manda bhagya rupadritaha. The first canto Bhagavatam describes we have a few qualities in Kali Yuga as residents of this age. First and foremost, alpa ayushi, we are short-lived. If someone lives 100 years, then they get a minute of recognition on the British television, or they may get like a nice article on the newspaper. But for most, 100 seems to be a very lofty number to survive. Someone lives 70, 80 years, 90 years, they're considered to be long-lived. But we live in a generation where at the age of 40, 50, 60, people are suffering with cancer, suffering with problems, suffering with heart attacks. One surgery after another, one organ is failing, another organ is failing. One classmate of mine, a couple of weeks ago, 29 years old, heart failure, left the body. So prayena alpayushi, the first characteristic of those in Kali Yuga is they are very short-lived. So how can they perform any tapasya? That was possible in Satya Yuga and Treta Yuga and Dwapar Yuga. How is it possible? That which took 100,000 years of tapasya or 10,000 years of tapasya or 1,000 years of tapasya. You can't even do 100 years of tapasya because we don't even live that long. So this is the first thing about Kali Yuga. We are all short-lived. And the second is, even if we live long, manda, we are very lazy to do anything spiritual. Not lazy for material things, but very lazy for spiritual things. For someone to make a lot of money, we are very, very enthusiastic. To get something materially, we are very enthusiastic. But to wake up and chant Harinam, to follow the regulative principles, to accept only Mahaprasadam and nothing else, or to read Shastra every day, to hear Hari Katha, to serve the Vaishnava, somehow some laziness sets in naturally in all jivas in Kali Yuga. So this is second. Third, let's say we live a long life, and let's say we are very enthusiastic to study Shastra. Then the third thunderbolt strikes us. What is that? Sumandamati. We are less intelligent. Even if we hear something 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, we still forget. Even if we read something 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, we forget. And even if we remember, we forget it to apply in real life. Let's say that is also overcome. Let's say we live a long life and we are very enthusiastic, and let's say we are very, very intelligent. Then what happens? The fourth thing attacks, that is mandabhagya. Mandabhagya. Mandabhagya means misfortune, because we get distracted very quickly. We may be on the right track, but some other material fortune or distraction may take us away. So we are not very fortunate to be steadfast. And let's say we are steadfast on that process. Everything is perfect. Then the final thunderbolt of Kali Yuga, upadritaha. We are restless. We are disturbed. We are anxious. You see, for those who play tabla or any percussion instrument, when the speed increases, it's called drita. Dritalaya. When it is very slow, it's called vilambit tal, very slow. And then when it is medium, it's called madhyatal. And when it becomes very fast, it's called dhritalaya. Dhrit means fast. So the verse says, Manda sumanda matayor manda bhagya upadrita. The minds are like the tabla on the fast speed. It's always like restless, disturbed. The phones are ringing, calamities are coming, headlines, one pop-up, one advertisement on YouTube, one notification on Facebook, enough. Things keep rolling. So in such an age where it is so difficult to focus on the path of spiritual life, Kala Pratikshaha Prabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not think, let this time pass. Then when Satya Yuga comes, people have high intellectual ability. I will come and I will give it to those who are qualified. You see, any premium institute, whether it's the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, whether it's Harvard University, or whether in India you talk about the Indian Institute of Technology, the premium prestigious universities of the world, Stanford, Princeton, Brown, they always have a very high cutoff eligibility criteria. If they think, oh, let me just open up the floodgates and get in any student whatsoever, then they will never do that. Although it's very lucrative economically, they will not do that because their standard comes down. But Sriman Mahaprabhu did not think of keeping his standard high and giving it only to those who are qualified. He opened up his arms and embraced the whole world without seeing whether the person is qualified or no. Patra apatra vicharanam na kurute. Second, he didn't consider whether the person has a proper bowl, receptacle bowl to accept or no. Third, na swam param vikshate. He did not see whether the person is a Gaudiya Vaishnava or not a Gaudiya Vaishnava. He is mine or he is not mine. Fourth, deya adeya vimarshako nahinava. He didn't think whether or not Krishna's Braja Leela should be given or not. Whatever was his nija vittam, his inner secretive treasure, he opened and gave it to the whole world. And fifth, He did not see Kala Pratiksha Prabhu. He did not see whether the time was right or the time was not right, whether it was appropriate, whether it was the time was fertile or whether the time was barren. And what did he come and give? The third line, Prabodhananda Saraswati says, Sadhyo yaha shravane kshana pranamana dhyana dina durlabham datte bhakti rasam sa eva bhagavan gauraha param me gatihi. He gave bhakti rasa. He gave bhakti rasa. Now there is a difference between bhakti and bhakti rasa. Bhakti means devotion and bhakti rasa means taste in devotion. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. We all may have a chance to perform bhakti, but eventually we say, oh, I am having no taste in chanting. I am having no taste in waking up. I have no taste in worshipping the deities. We may have bhakti in our life, but we are not tasting bhakti rasa. We are not having taste for those limbs. So Mahaprabhu did not just go around giving Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. He gave taste for Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. If someone has taste on the path of bhakti, then for them to succeed on that path is very easy. Very, very easy. Krishna bhakti rasa bhavitamati kiyatam yadi kutopi labhyate tatra laulyam api mulyam ekalam koti janma sukritirna labhyate. It has been described by Sripad Ramananda Rai that the quality needed to make rapid spiritual advancement is great hunger on the path of bhakti. If someone has great taste and great hunger on the path of bhakti to get Krishna, great enthusiasm in chanting, great taste in worshipping, great taste in reading and hearing about Krishna, then they will make very rapid advancement. The problem is lack of that taste. So Sriman Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he did not give bhakti. Bhakti was given even by Prahlad Maharaj. Bhakti, instructions in bhakti were given even by Rishabdev Maharaj. Instructions in bhakti were given even by Narada Muni in the Narada Bhakti Sutra. But what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave, he gave bhakti rasa. He gave taste in the path of bhakti or taste for the path of bhakti. Very beautiful. Instead of giving the fruit, Mahaprabhu crushed and gave the juice of the fruit. Just like, for example, if there is a baby who's not able to eat 4 rotis and 2 sabjis and rice and dal and sweet, because he can't digest so much. That is like the process of bhakti, the Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. So what does the mother do? She gives the child baby food, gives Cerelac. So then when she gives the baby Cerelac, then the baby has all the nutrients coming from all of these different preparations, and it does not even have to chew and digest. It just goes down the throat very easily. So all the different acharyas in the past, they came and gave 4 rotis and 2 sabjis and rice and dal. But Sriman Mahaprabhu understood we cannot eat all of that. But at the same time, we need that nutrition. So he gave bhakti rasa. Instead of giving bhakti, he gave the taste for bhakti. He gave us Cerelac. So we get nourished. And at the same time, we don't have to put in so much effort. Prabhu kahe Vaishnav seva naam sankirtan, dui karo shigra pave Krishnera charan. Mahaprabhu said, don't do anything extravagant. Just nacho gao bhakta shange karo sankirtan, achirata pave tumi Krishnera charan. Every day chant the holy name. Every day hear about Krishna. Every day serve the Vaishnavas. And don't criticize any Vaishnava. These were basic instructions of Sriman Mahaprabhu. Gramya kathana shunibe ar gramya kathana bolibe, bhalona khaibe ar bhalana poribe, braje radha Krishna manashi sheva poribe. That dress very simply, eat very simply, don't speak gossip, don't hear gossip, and constantly be absorbed in serving the Vaishnavas and chanting the holy name. This is the essence of Mahaprabhu's movement. This is the Cerelac. So Prabodhananda Saraswati says, Sadhyo ya shravanena ikshana pranamana dhyanadina durlabham. That realm of Vrindavan, which is impossible to attain. Even by hearing over lifetimes, we can hear lifetimes about Radha and Krishna, but that doesn't guarantee we will get there unless they pull us back. So Shravana, by hearing, Ikshanam, by glancing at the deities, Pranamana, by offering obeisances, Dhyanadina, even by meditating and other limbs of bhakti, or all of this put together, still getting Krishna on the power of this sadhana, durlabham, impossible. You see, when the dwarf wants to jump and touch the moon, however high he tries to jump, he cannot touch the moon. But when the moon decides to touch the dwarf by his moonbeams, then all that the dwarf has to do is stand, and the moonbeams are soothing, rejuvenating, and refreshing in the life of the human being. Similarly, we can understand if a baby wants to climb up on the shoulder of the father, it is almost impossible. But if the baby can cry, the father will sit on his knees and carry the baby on his shoulder. And then now the baby achieves what he can do on his own when the father decides to take the baby on his shoulder. So similarly, Prabodhananda Saraswati has said, Shravane Kshana Pranamana Dhyana Dina Durlabham. When devotees on their own accord want to reach Radha and Krishna, it is almost praya sambhav. It is almost impossible. But when Radha, Krishna as Chaitanya come and start recruiting, it is definitely possible. Prabhupada used to give the example. Don't try to see God. Coming from Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur. But act in such a way that God is very interested in seeing you. Our Srila Prabhupada used to elaborate and give an example that if we try to meet the president of the country, it may not be possible. But if the president decides, oh, I want to meet this citizen, then definitely the citizen will meet. So Prabodhananda Saraswati says, for Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and Kali Yuga, it is almost impossible to find Radha and Krishna on their own accord. But when Radha and Krishna as Mahaprabhu come in this age of Kali Yuga, deciding, even if you don't desire, even if you don't deserve, even if you don't think you need me, I am telling you, I need you. In this mood, Mahaprabhu came and he embraced the whole world. E dware achandale kirtan sanchare, nama prema mala granthi podila sanchare. He embraced the whole world by chanting and by his very loving instructions. So therefore, Prabodhananda Saraswati says, Datte Bhakti Rasam, to that incarnation of the Supreme Lord who comes once in the day of Brahma. Now this is very, very interesting. Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and Kali Yuga. It's a long, long span. For those who have read through Prabhupada's purports, you may have seen the calculation. Srila Prabhupada repeatedly in many purports I have seen, Prabhupada has given the duration of the life of Brahma, where Kali Yuga is 432,000 years, and Dwapar Yuga is 2 times of that, Treta Yuga is 3 times of that, and Satya Yuga is 4 times of that. So Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and Kali Yuga is 4 times, 3 times, 2 times, and 1 time. That is 10 times the duration of Kali Yuga. That's about 43 lakh 20,000 years. That is Satya, Treta, Dwapar, Kali. That's all. But 1,000 such cycles, Prabhupada explains, is 1 day of Brahma. So you can imagine, 1,000 such cycles is day and 1,000 such cycles is night. So when you put 24 hours of Brahma put together in mathematical calculation, it comes to 8.64 billion earthly years. And once in 8 billion years of human calculation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes. Once. And that too for 48 years. He was there only for 48 years. Imagine what is 48 years in comparison to 8.64 billion earthly years. That's nothing. But Mahaprabhu came. And when was that? That was only 500 years from where we are at this point. And what is 500 years in comparison to 8.64 billion earthly years? It is nothing. How fortunate are we that Mahaprabhu came for us? So therefore, Prabodhananda Saraswati said, that Supreme Lord, Patra Apatra Vitaranam na kurute, who didn't consider qualification or unqualification or disqualification, who didn't even consider whether or not you had the pot to receive his mercy. Na swam param vikshate, he did not consider whether someone is mine or is not mine. Deya deya vimarshako nahinava kala pratikshaha prabho. He did not consider what should be given, what should not be given, what should be concealed, what should be revealed. And he did not see whether it was the right time or no. He just came. And what did he give? Sadyo yashravane kshana pranamana dhyana dina durlabham. That bhakti rasa, which is rare to achieve, even through so many intense lifetimes of austerity. Datte bhakti rasam. To give taste on that path Radha and Krishna in one form as Mahaprabhu came. Sa eva Bhagavan. Prabodhananda Saraswati said, that Bhagavan, that form of the Supreme Lord, Gauraha Param Me Gatihi, that Gauranga Mahaprabhu is my exclusive shelter, because he came down in the age of Kali Yuga only for me. He came for me, to uplift me. So this is why our acharyas in the Gaudiya Sampradaya have been very transcendently, fanatically siding Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Whether it is Bhaktivinoda Thakur, whether it is Narottam Das Thakur, whether it is Lochan Das Thakur, Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur said, you have not come in this world to become construction workers. You have come to become the servant of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Bhaktivinoda Thakur envisioned the birthplace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and was confirmed, and that was confirmed by his guru. It was Bhaktivinoda Thakur Mahashai who predicted the Adbhut Mandir in Mayapur that we have right now. It was our Prabhupada who fulfilled the prophecy of Sriman Mahaprabhu. In fact, my spiritual master, Srila Guru Maharaj, in one class was mentioning that if, just hypothetically, he mentioned, if I am put in a constraint that I could pick only Krishna on one side or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on the other side, I couldn't pick both of them. So, Srila Guru Maharaj was saying, someone came and asked me that if you could pick only one of them, either Mahaprabhu or Krishna, whom would you pick? And Guru Maharaj said, I will pick Mahaprabhu. I will pick Mahaprabhu for two reasons. He said, one, because Krishna is only Krishna. This is Krishna with Srimati Radharani. And second, there Krishna is in the mood of Bhagavan, but here Krishna is in the mood of a devotee. And devotee is always kind, more than the Supreme Lord. Devotee is more merciful. Therefore, I will take sides with Sriman Mahaprabhu. This is why all of our acharyas have sung glorious songs and verses about Sriman Mahaprabhu. So now we can appreciate the verse that we read from Chaitanya Charitamrita. I will screen share that again. And then now we can read. And it will make so much sense again. You see? Patra apatra vichar nahi, nahi sthan asthan, jai jaha paye taha kare premda. So you see the purport to this one verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita. In distributing love of Godhead, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates did not consider who was a fit candidate and who was not, nor where such distribution should or should not take place. They made no conditions. Wherever they got the opportunity, the members of the Panchatattva distributed love of Godhead. This is why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is our Ishtadev in the Gaudiya Sampradaya. But he's never alone. He's with Nitai, with Gadadhar Pandit and Advaita Acharya and Srivas Thakur. It's very interesting that Sripada Indra Prabhu used to never leave Vrindavan. He used to never leave Vrindavan. When the Mayapur Kirtans would begin, just before Gaur Purnima, some devotees would request Sripada Indra Prabhu, why don't you come to Mayapur and do Kirtan? He would say, why should I come to Mayapur? I am in Vrindavan. So then they would say, but Mayapur and Vrindavan are non-different, so you can come. He would say, when they are non-different, then I'm good here in Vrindavan. Why should I leave and come there? If they're non-different, then I'm here. So he would never agree. But then finally, devotees started saying, we have, Mayapur, we have Radha Madhav. So then Indra Prabhu used to say, I have Radha Shamsundar. They would say, but we have Narsingadev. And then Indra Prabhu used to say, but we have Krishna Balaram. And then they would say, but you have only Gaur Nitai. We have Panchatattva. And Sripada Indra Prabhu used to say, that's a very strong point. I can't refute to that because the associates of Mahaprabhu are very kind. So he said, okay, I will come. So the reason why he left Vrindavan to go to Mayapur, every year for a few days to do Kirtan was because of the presence of Panchatattva. And he would say that if you chant Harinam, Japa and Kirtan in front of Panchatattva, then very quickly you will get love of Godhead. This was Sripada Indra Prabhu's personal realization. Even on his harmonium, he would have a Panchatattva picture. As he would do Kirtan, he would see the Panchatattva and sing. Even if he's doing in the temple in front of Radha Shamsundar, he would still have a Panchatattva picture on his harmonium because they don't have Panchatattva in Vrindavan temple. It's only Gaur Nitai. So he would look at his Panchatattva and cry his heart out. Ayendra Prabhu had a lot of attachment for Gaur Nitai, lot of personal. In fact, one interesting story is flooding my heart. I will quickly say that. It's very, very interesting. Sripad Ayendra Prabhu used to do these recordings in his room. Now, this is with respect to Gaur Nitai, so we will really appreciate in this time of Gaur Purnima. It adds a lot of personal touch to bhakti when we hear devotees having beautiful interactions with the deities. So Sripad Ayendra Prabhu used to do recordings in his room. And this was during the time when they used to have cassettes. They used to, of course, now, first they used to have floppies, you see, then cassettes, and then CDs, and then nowadays USB pen drive and whatnot, a flash drive, thumb drive, whatever you call it. So it was when Ayendra Prabhu was working on his cassettes, and somehow he was trying to fix the player for many, many hours, and it was not working. Somehow he would put the cassette and try to see if the recording is right, and it was somehow not working. 3-4 hours he was sitting like an engineer, sitting and trying to figure out something, but it didn't happen. Finally, he got up and he took that cassette and he stood in front of his Gaur Nitai. Sripad Ayendra Prabhu used to have he still has Nitai Shachi Sutta in his room in Vrindavan. So he took the cassette and he told Nityananda Prabhu, the deity, he said, I am sitting here singing Harinam Sankirtan to fulfill the mission of your Chaitanya, and you are not helping me. You are not helping me. This cassette, I have been sitting with this cassette for so many hours now. And I am not like a electronic person, a technical person who knows all this. So it's been 4 hours I'm trying to put my head and try to do something. Nothing's working. Nitai, you have to help me. And what he did, he took the cassette and he very gently pushed it into the hand of Nityananda Prabhu. You see the deity standing like this. So he placed it in the palm of Nityananda Prabhu. And devotee there who was in the room, he thought, that's a good emotion, but we'll see. So after about 20 minutes, when the devotee thought Ayendra Prabhu would have forgotten about the cassette, as he was thinking, Ayendra Prabhu came back to Nityananda Prabhu and he said, have you fixed it? It's been 20 minutes. I've been waiting. Have you fixed it? And then he took the cassette from Nitai's hand and he put it into the player and pressed the button and he started playing. Now, whatever you call it, this is wonderful reciprocation from Nitai Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So in this way, Gaur Nitai are our life and zone. Parama Karuna Pahu Dui Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Saba Avatar Sarashiramani Kebala Ananda Kanda. Especially our Gaur Nitai at ISKCON Atlanta. Very, very historic. Very beautiful. My request everyone, you can please kindly download one picture, preferably the Shringar from today's outfit, and you can see for yourself. Shri Gaur Nitai of ISKCON Atlanta are very beautiful. They're tall, very strong, broad hands, broad chest, very beautiful. And at the same time, Srila Prabhupada came and he choked. Prabhupada cried. There was a lump of emotion in his throat as he looked at Gaur Nitai in ISKCON Atlanta. He started singing Parama Karuna Pahu Dui Jana, and Prabhupada, he fell into ecstasy. You can hear that. It's one of the shortest arrival address recording. It's there in the archives. Also beautiful, wonderful features of Nitai and Chaitanya. So this is our life, dear devotees. For every Gaudiya Vaishnav, Gaur Purnima is the start of New Year. Our calendar is called Gaurabdha calendar, which means it goes from one Gaur Purnima to another. So as Gaudiya Vaishnavas, Happy New Year to everyone. Let us take resolutions to go deeper in our bhakti and make Mahaprabhu our Ishtadev, Panchatattva our Ishtadev. And ultimately they will take us to the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada came very lovingly, very kindly to give in our life this treasure which we would have never even imagined. We wouldn't even, at least I wouldn't know who Mahaprabhu is. Prabhupada is so kind. So on this Gaur Purnima festival, we offer obeisances to Srila Prabhupada and thank him for the wonderful universal culture that we have got this opportunity to worship so many wonderful, colorful deities, such exuberant, wonderful, excellent dressing and festivals and Mahaprasad and scriptures and commentaries and melodies to sing Mahamantra and so many Vaishnav bhajans. And the Dham has opened up You can see the whole Navadvip Dham, Mayapur Dham has opened up by the mercy of Srila Jayapataka Maharaj. Prabhupada gave that as one of the projects, and Srila Jayapataka Maharaj, took up this project and gave Gaur Dham to the whole world. Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj has spoken so many beautiful, wonderful kathas on Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And same with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, and so many wonderful devotees, Gaur Govinda Maharaj. They've all given us this sampradaya, this current of Gaur Bhakti. So let us reinforce that impression in our life and go deeper in our service to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu externally and also internally in attachment. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namah.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, dear Amrenda Prabhu. What a wonderful katha. It's really amazing. I could understand so many different points that you brought out today, Prabhuji. So I'm sure devotees who have joined also relished this katha very much and got deeper into the mood of Gaur Purnima celebration. So thank you so much, Prabhuji. Thank you very much. So Prabhuji, will you have some time for a question and answer? We have about 10 minutes.
Yes, 11 minutes exactly. Yes, definitely.
So dear devotees, if you have any question, please raise your hand and then we'll put you through the question and answer. Okay, so we have first question already come. So it's the Radha Madhav Mataji. Okay, Mataji, you may please unmute and ask your question.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Prabhu, can I speak in Hindi?
Bilkul.
Prabhuji, thank you for the nice class. But I have one question. Prabhu, जैसे festivals आते हैं या other sometimes temple में ऐसा कुछ होता है कि हमें एक साथ कई services मिलती हैं करने के लिए. तो उस time पे हम कैसे decide करें, कैसे choose करें, हमें एक service pick करनी है उसमें से कि जिससे हमें मतलब Lord बहुत please हो उस service को करने से. Like I like book distribution and as well garland and decoration for the festivals. But like on Gaur Purnima, या तो मैं book distribution पे जा सकती थी Lord के लिए या फिर मैं उनके pleasure के लिए decoration कर सकती थी या garlands बना सकती थी. तो कौन सी service मतलब कैसे हम लोग decide करें उस time पे कि जो Lord को बहुत please करे service.
तेषां सतत युक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धि योगं तं येन माम् उपयान्ति ते. Chatushloki Gita. So Jaikumar Prabhuji, do you want me to translate the question in English and answer it? How would you prefer?
Yes, some devotees may not understand Hindi completely, Prabhuji. If you can, yeah, thank you.
So the question is, when we have opportunity of multiple services that are available, how do we know which service to pick? Because sometimes there is a need in some service. At the same time, our interest is in some other service. So how do we understand? So Mataji, would it be okay if I answer in English or would you prefer it in Hindi?
Yeah, Prabhu, you can speak in English.
English, okay. So in the Chatushloki, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna mentions Tesham Satata Yuktana Bhajatam Priti Purvakam Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam Yena Mam Upayantite. If you're constantly absorbed, Tesham Satata Yukta, constantly one service or the other you're absorbed, and most importantly, Bhajatam Priti Purvakam, perform it with affection. If you do this, then I will guide you from within which one to do, what service to do. The example of that is Mother Yashoda in the Damodar Leela. She had the opportunity of either feeding Krishna, continuing to feed Krishna, or drop Krishna down to save the milk on the stove. And she saved the milk on the stove because Krishna only inspired in the heart that, oh Maya, please put me down and save that milk. Because with that you can make nice sweets for me. And then when you put me down and you go there, I will rub my feet and create more tantrums in Vrindavan. So it was Krishna only who inspired. So the point is, to the extent we are sincere, to that extent Krishna will guide. This is point number one. This is first class, high level. Second, after that is, of course, we will not, sometimes if we are not that advanced, we will not know what Krishna wants as Paramatma. At that time, Shiksha Guru ke to jani Krishna Swarup, Antaryami Bhakta Sreshta Ei Dui Roop. That the Siksha Guru who appears in our life as the most prominent instructing spiritual master or Path Pradarshak Guru, Siksha Guru, who's very advanced, we can ask under his guidance that Prabhu or Mataji, there are an opportunity of these services. Which service would you think you want me to do? Would you think I will be able to serve? And then according to that, we continue. Another important consideration is bhakti must always be performed susukham kartum avyayam, pleasingly, lovingly. When we do things that we like, we will be able to put our heart in that. So it's always nice to do services like that. Yet at the same time, I have seen His Grace Radhesham Prabhu, when the yatras go on, so many different services could be performed. But Radhesham Prabhu will be in the kitchen cleaning the pots, scrubbing the different cooking vessels. And when Prabhuji is asked, he will say that, well, I thought that is where maximum service is needed. So he will always ask His Grace Gauranga Prabhu that, Prabhu, where do you think maximum services are needed? Where devotees are not ready to take. Gauranga Prabhu will say it is in the kitchen. So His Grace Radhesham Prabhu, from morning to evening during the yatra, he is there. Although he could lead one of the camps in going around and speaking Hari Katha, but his mood is, let me serve in that field where there is maximum need. So that is also an important thing to consider. So it is important that we perform services which we like to do, definitely, because we will be able to put our heart. Yet at the same time, if there is a need in a certain area to sacrifice and go out of our comfort zone, to the extent we do that, to that extent we get Mahaprabhu's mercy. Like Srila Prabhupada would have preferred to just be at Radha Damodar. It's like a perfect setting. We as grihastas, we want to say, like, let me save and get a plot or a house so that in my old age I can move to Vrindavan. And look for Prabhupada, it was perfect. He took sannyas and he was at the right place at Seva Kunj at Radha Damodar, perfectly self-realized, chanting the holy name. And that is what he would have preferred to do. But the need in service was Prithivite Achajada Nagarati Gram, Sarvatra Prachar Hoy Be Murana. So Prabhupada went that extra mile, not an extra mile, he went light years ahead as far as miles are concerned. And therefore he could tap into Mahaprabhu's empowerment, like, in an unparalleled way, because he got so much out of his comfort zone. So these are different thoughts that I have put on the table. You can pick whatever is most comfortable.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. So we'll take one more question. So next question is from Renu Singh. Mataji, can you please unmute and ask your question, please?
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी, दंडवत प्रणाम। प्रभु जी, मेरा कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, मुझे सिर्फ आपको थैंक यू बोलना है। इसी क्लास में बहुत पहले, करीबन 1-1.5 महीना पहले मैंने आपसे गुरु दीक्षा मांगी थी और आपने कहा था कि आप मेरे लिए प्रे करेंगे और कि कोई महान गुरु मेरे जीवन में आए। तो मैं उसके लिए आपको धन्यवाद देती हूँ। कल ही गौर पूर्णिमा के दिन जय पताका स्वामी जी के इसमें मैंने एस्पायरिंग का सेरेमनी अटेंड किया है, तो इसलिए आपका आशीर्वाद मुझे मिला और प्रे करती हूँ कि ऐसे गुरु के समर्पण में मैं रहूँ हमेशा और अपने आध्यात्मिक विकास कर सकूँ। तो आपका आशीर्वाद मिला है प्रभु जी, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रभु जी। और हमेशा आप जो मार्गदर्शन करते हैं, क्लासेस देते हैं, तो उस पथ पर भी मैं उसको हमेशा अपने जीवन में ला सकूं, बस यही आशीर्वाद चाहती हूँ। और जो आपने गुरु का मुझे आशीर्वाद दिया है, बस उस पे आगे बढ़ती रहूं, उनके चरण कमलों में पूरी तरह से समर्पित रहूं। ऐसा आशीर्वाद दीजिए प्रभु जी।
Jai Ho. Just for those who don't understand Hindi, Mataji has got shelter from His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj and is requesting all of us to pray to Krishna and offer best wishes so that Mataji can make maximum advancement on the path of bhakti. So everyone on the call, please kindly pray for Renu Mataji that she serves Srila Jayapataka Maharaj nicely and makes lot of advancement on the path of bhakti. Mataji, आपका आध्यात्मिक जीवन, आध्यात्मिक प्रगति, आध्यात्मिक पथ में आप जो आरूढ़ हुए हैं और अब गुरु पादाश्रित हुए हैं, हम दिल से भावपूर्ण, हृदय पूर्ण भाव से हम ठाकुर से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि आपकी जो भी आध्यात्मिक इच्छाएं हैं सबकी पूर्ति हो और आप खूब प्रगति करें इस मानव जीवन में और सुख पूर्वक आनंद पूर्वक ये मानव जीवन कटे भगवान के भक्तों के समक्ष, भगवान के भक्तिमय अंगों के करते करते उनको निभाते निभाते हमारी गति हमें प्राप्त हो, यही आशा है, यही आपकी अभिलाषा है, इसकी पूर्ति हो जाए। हरे कृष्ण।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद प्रभु जी। हरे कृष्णा। और हमेशा मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि भगवान आपके ऊपर भी अपनी मर्जी बनाए रखे, ताकि आप हम जैसे पतित लोगों का मार्गदर्शन कर सके। तो भगवान के हमेशा मैं प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि भगवान आपके ऊपर अपनी मर्जी हमेशा बनाए रखे।
जय हो। जय। हरे कृष्ण।
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी।
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. So we have some more time. I think we can take maybe another question.
Sure.
So the question is from Suchitra Revati Mataji. Mataji, can you please unmute and ask your question?
Hi Krishna. Pranam Prabhu, thank you so much for such an excellent class. I have just a question. Can you please kindly tell what does His Grace Ainja Prabhu mean to say in his book, The Heart of Transcendental Book Distribution? What does he mean to say the exact heart of that transcendental book distribution?
Well, it's interesting that His Grace Indra Prabhu was, he received an instruction from Srila Prabhupada in the dream to write a book about book distribution. So Indra Prabhu wrote a book on Harinam Sankirtan and called it the heart of book distribution. He said, we distribute books so that people come to the temple and then we can chant and dance with them. So the heart behind distribution is to do kirtan. So he would also say something very interesting. He would say that book distribution is like Krishna playing the flute and calling all the gopis. Because when you distribute books, devotees come. So he said book distribution is like Krishna playing the flute and calling all the gopis. But when the gopis come, they have to do Ras Leela, singing and dancing. That is Harinam Sankirtan. So he would say Harinam Sankirtan is the heart of all book distribution.
Thank you so much for Hi Krishna.
Hare.
Happy Gaura Purnima to you.
Thank you very much. We have one more question from Satyarupa Mataji. Mataji, can you please unmute and ask your question?
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam Prabhuji. Prabhuji, just wanted to know, on Nityananda Trayodashi, we break our fast with grains, but on Gaur Purnima, we break our fast with non-grain prasadam, Prabhuji. So how is that? With some festivals, we break our fast with non-grain and some festivals with the grain, Prabhuji?
Well, there are different standards I have seen. Personally, we see that it varies in different temples also. When I have traveled, I have seen some centers, they have Ekadashi Prasadam on all Vishnu Tattva tithis, whether it is Ramachandra or Nrsimha Chaturdashi or Krishna Janmashtami or Radhashtami. I have seen some temples, they have Ekadashi Prasadam everywhere. Some places I have seen that they have fasting, every fasting, that I saw only in one community. Not in other places, but this only in one community. I saw that every fasting they were doing till sundown, sunset. Like even Ramachandra or Radharani's appearance or Nityananda Trayodashi, they were not doing till noon. They were doing till sundown, which means all day. So we have seen different standards like that. But generally we see that the tithis which belong to Vishnu Tattva, like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Narasimhadev or Sri Krishna, generally that's, of course, it doesn't make, there are exceptions. I will tell you the exceptions also. They are generally broken with Ekadashi Brat, but at the same time, Nityananda Prabhu, who's also Vishnu Tattva, but in a merciful nature, Radharani, who's Shakti Tattva in a merciful nature. That time we have feast. Because probably devotees can't take so much appearance and disappearance and so much Ekadashi fasting. So probably Prabhupada made it a little simple. But I have seen in other Gaudiya organizations also, even outside ISKCON, I have seen that they have Ekadashi Prasad on all Vishnu Tattvas. But of course, if we are not able to do that to that standard, then we can have feasting on Radharani's appearance or Nityananda Tridashi, or Balaram Purnima, for example, like that. But yeah, if we can keep it on Ekadashi Prasadam, it's nice. It's easier for the Matajis also to cook and keep it simple. And it's good and light for the stomach also. There is no problem. That's the best. But on our calendar, we see almost every week there's something or the other coming. So I think for the ease of it, Prabhupada kept only Gaur Purnima, Narsingha Chaturdashi, Krishna Janmashtami as Ekadashi Prasad, and everything else with grains as a standard.
But Nityananda Prabhu is Guru Tattva, no, Prabhuji?
Correct. Guru Tattva, only till half the day. So we see that Prabhupada put it like when you're going up to sundown, it's Gaur Purnima, Narsingha Chaturdashi, and Krishna Janmashtami. Then you break with Ekadashi as a simple rule, because the movement we were starting at that time, too many rules would have been very difficult to follow. So anything that goes till half a day, I think the system was coming down over the years, that half the day fast, people were having feast, like Ramachandra, like Nityananda Tridashi, like Balaram Purnima, like Radha Ashtami, like Sita Navami, etc. And when it goes up to sunset, Gaura Purnima, dusk, Narsingha Chaturdashi, midnight, Krishna Janmashtami, then you break with Ekadashi. There's no Shastric rule that I have come across which says up to noon should be grains and after sunset should be Ekadashi Prasad. But this is the pattern that I have seen over the years. But however, if we feel inspired to have Ekadashi Prasadam for all Vishnu Tattvas, that is best, no problem. By eating less, we will not struggle. But by eating less quantity and quality, we will not suffer spiritually. Problem is when there is more eating in quality and quantity, and there is less bhajan to digest that quantity. That is the concern.
Sorry, Prabhuji, to interrupt. Just wanted to know, Prabhuji, when we are doing Nirjal, it is fine. But what if someone is having Ekadashi Prasadam? How will he break the fast on with the non-grain Prasadam, Prabhuji? Because if he's already having non-grain Prasadam, if they are aged, then how do they break the fast, Prabhuji?
So fast is always broken with something that you don't fast with. In the sense that if someone is doing Nirjal, they break with water. If they're having water, they break with Ekadashi Prasad. And if they're having Ekadashi Prasad, they break with grain. So generally, if you want to keep Ekadashi Prasad only all day, then there's no question of breaking the fast, because you break only when there is a transition in what is being eaten. But if Ekadashi has been eaten and Ekadashi is going to be eaten, then there's no speed breaker change in the diet. Is that okay?
Yes, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. So we'll take one last question. So there's a question from Tejaswini Mataji. Tejaswini Mataji, can you please unmute and ask your question?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna.
Dandavat Pranam. I have one doubt, Prabhuji. How to handle and encourage 13-year single boy? Can I ask? Can I speak in Tamil, Prabhu?
Please, Mataji.
எனக்கு வந்து ஒரே பையன் பிரபு. அவர் வந்து 13 years old. நல்லா கீர்த்தன் பண்ணுவாரு, வீட்டுல எல்லாமே நல்லா பண்ணுவாரு. பட் ஆனா டெம்பிள்ல வந்து செய்யணும்னு முன்ன ஆசைப்பட்டதில்லை. பட் இப்ப சடனா ஏஜ் மாற மாற வெளியில பார்த்து என்கரேஜ் பண்ணணும் நம்மள அப்படிங்கறத வந்து எதிர்பார்க்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறாரு. அது எப்படி எனக்கு ஹேண்டில் பண்றது இல்லை. ஆனா டெம்பிள் பிரசிடென்ட் வந்து எல்லாரையும் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணலாம். ஆனா இவரை மட்டும் வந்து என்கரேஜ் பண்றாங்கன்னா அவங்க சன்னை மட்டும்தான் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணுவாங்க. இவர் வந்து பாட போகலையும் வந்து ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிடுவாங்க, பாடக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிடுவாங்க. அப்ப வந்து இவருக்கு வந்து ஒரு இன்சல்ட்டிங் ஆகுறதுனால இப்ப வந்து அந்த அட்வான்ஸ்மெண்ட்ல இருந்து கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி போற மாதிரி நான் வந்து ரொம்ப ஃபீல் பண்றேன். இதை எப்படி நான் ஹேண்டில் பண்றது எனக்கு அது வந்து தெரியல. எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுங்க. ஆனா எனக்கு இங்கிலீஷ் நல்லா அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ண முடியும். பட்
இங்கிலீஷ்ல ஆன்சர் பண்ண புரியும் இல்லையா உங்களுக்கு?
புரியும், நல்லா புரியும் பிரபு.
Sorry. So the question is, I have a 13-year-old, not me, Mataji is saying, she has a 13-year-old son who does good kirtan and is very inspired in chanting the holy name and doing kirtan.
Even slokas கூட நல்லா மெமரைஸ் பண்ணி கண்டினியூஸா மோஸ்ட்லி பகவத்கீதா ஸ்லோகாஸ் எல்லாமே மெமரைஸ் பண்ணிட்டாரு. பிரம்ம சங்கீதா எல்லாமே மெமரைஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஆனா அவங்க பையனுக்கு மட்டும்தான் அவர் சான்ஸ் கொடுக்க மாட்டாரு. பட் இத்தனை வயசு வரை அவர் ஃபீல் பண்ணது இல்லை. சின்னதுல இருந்து நான் கூட்டிட்டு போறேன், 7 months பேபில இருந்து கூட்டிட்டு போறோம். இத்தனை நாள் எதிர்பார்க்கல, ஏன் சடனா இந்த சேஞ்ச் வருது, எப்படி நான் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும், இதை வந்து நான் விடக்கூடாது, அதை வந்து நான் கண்டினியூ பண்ணணும்னு ஆசைப்படுறேன். எனக்கு இதுக்கு வந்து கரெக்டான அட்வைஸ் கொடுங்க பிரபு.
So the question is, Hare Krishna, the question is, Mataji is saying she has a 13-year-old son who's, right from childhood has been very interested in doing kirtan and memorizing shlokas from Brahma Samhita and Bhagavad Gita, etc. But when somehow, others are getting chance to do kirtan in the temple, and sometimes when we are trying to sing, if we are stopped or not encouraged, so we may feel disappointed on the path of bhakti. So how, Mataji is asking, how can we maintain the enthusiasm and guide the child to not be discouraged and distracted by this, but to go on the path of bhakti? So first and foremost, Krishna is not deaf, that we have to sing only on the mic so that he can hear. I will tell you something very interesting. One devotee told me this, something very interesting. He was so humble that he told about himself this story. He said that the temple that he comes from, he is the most scholarly devotee in the community. He was telling me. He said that, I'm quoting the devotee telling me. He said that I have learned Sanskrit, so I like to have good pronunciation, etc. So he said, so invariably, every time I am the one who's chanting the Brahma Samhita during the Abhishek. But one day the temple president told another devotee to chant Brahma Samhita. And I was thinking, okay, no problem, but he should do a good job. And he said Krishna is such a trickster that the devotee was fumbling his way while reading the Brahma Samhita. So this devotee was saying so honestly and humbly, he said, I was like feeling like prompting him, like Adi Purusham, tam aham bhajami, like, so the temple president was seeing this. This was happening for some time. He looked at his face once or twice, but then he saw he was prompting and trying to, give him some prompts and hints. At that time, the temple president, he looked back to this devotee and he said, Krishna is not deaf. It's not that only those who sing and chant on the mic that Krishna will hear. He said, Prabhu, nothing has changed. When you were chanting the Brahma Samhita on the mic, Krishna was hearing you. Now, when you are not chanting on the mic, but you're chanting whispering, that time also Krishna is hearing you. So it doesn't matter who's holding the mic. If you're whispering and chanting your name, the name of Krishna, Krishna listens to you. Yatra gayanti madbhakta, bracket on the mic, tatra tisthami narada is not the case. Krishna says, anyone who anywhere chants, I am there. So then this devotee said, at that time, this great revelation took place in my life that, oh, look how much I am attached to this prestige of being the prominent one. He said, for 4 years, I didn't hold the mic, neither to lead kirtan, nor to chant Brahma Samhita, nor to give class. I was just testing myself. And he said the temple president was so happy, he gave me the position of teaching Sanskrit to everyone in the community. He said, because he was so pleased that this was Vidya Vinaya Sampanne. It was knowledge which was coupled with humility. So therefore, first and foremost, we have to understand, if some superior is telling us not to sing, there would be some reason. Instead of taking it personally that I was stopped or my son was stopped, we should always think there is some reason. Ultimately, who controls? The deities control. Externally, we are seeing that the temple president is stopping, or the other boy is taking the mridanga away, or another brahmachari is coming and taking the mic away. These are all details on the external. You take the ashes, when something is burnt overnight, ashes remain. So you move the ashes, you'll see fire is still burning underneath, right? So who is taking the mic, who is allowing, who is not allowing? These are ashes. We have to move them and see the fire inside of Sri Hari's hand. So if we are stopped, no problem. When Krishna tells me to sing, I will sing. When Krishna stops me from singing, I will stop singing on the mic, but I will still chant japa, or I will still enthusiastically repeat. Whether I am leading kirtan or whether I am following the leading, somebody else is leading, it is the same Hare Krishna Mahamantra. In fact, in my humble opinion, it is more ecstatic to lead, to follow the leading in the kirtan than to lead it yourself. Because when we lead, sometimes our mind may think what mantra to sing next, how to change the melody, how to increase the speed, what is the time, what time the arati is ending, etc. But when we are following, you can close your eyes. Whichever bhajan, whichever mahamantra, whichever melody is being sung, close your eyes and call out to Krishna. And the best thing is you can sing as loud as possible without worrying about sur, tal and lay, who is thinking what, because no one's hearing it anyway. But one mistake on the mic, it could be a consideration. So in my personal opinion, it's always best to have more interest in the limbs of bhakti than the decorations around it. If mridanga is given in our hand, say play mridanga, then we will play mridanga. If mridanga is taken away from our hand, we will clap our hands. If someone says don't clap your hands, then we will continue to chant. If someone says don't chant, then we'll close our lips and the tongue will move. If someone says don't move your tongue also, then we'll offer obeisances. So bhakti can always continue. So this as parent we have to understand. We should not hold it against any person, president or any child. No problem. No problem. We should always think, I am not some great singer. Krishna does not want me to sing. No problem, Krishna. You will be happy if I distribute prasad to the devotees who are waiting for the prasadam line. I will do that. Krishna, will you be happy if I give charanamrit to the devotees? Oh, I will do that. I will do that. Whatever pleases you, my Lord, I will do that. You know the word Vraja? In Vrindavan, the word Vraja, it's another name for Vrindavan, Braja, Brajadham. Vraja in Sanskrit means to walk. Because in Vrindavan, everybody is walking from Kusum Sarovar to Pavan Sarovar to Prem Sarovar to Man Sarovar. They're walking, it's called Vraja. But the inner mood of Vraja is, Krishna is constantly changing plans. Today we'll go to Talwan, no, then we'll go to Madhuvan, no, we'll go to Kumudwan. So those who are constantly moving according to Krishna's ever-moving change in plan are Vrajvasis. Vraja means to move externally through walking, but it also means to move through one's mood. If Krishna changes service, we should be able to switch service. Only then we are Vrajavasi. So that is no problem. We will, and at the same time, as parents, we should encourage our child to continue the limb of bhakti that they have tasted. If they like to do kirtan, in our home, we can hold a home program. We can call a couple of families, and then our child can do kirtan. No problem. The inner desire to do kirtan can be fulfilled. It may not be in the temple, but our home, who can stop? We should always do kirtan like that, and we should encourage the child in whichever limb, memorizing verses or shastra or cooking or making garlands, whatever it may be, deity worship. Should always encourage. These are some thoughts.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Very, very nicely explained. And your answers are so profound that it applies to everybody who was listening to the class. So thank you so much. So now we'll move on to the next one. So I'll request Sadanand Ramchandra Prabhu to take over, and we'll be having next announcements and next program announced by him. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Amrendra Prabhu.
So nice to see our Sadananda Ramchandra Prabhu there. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Amarendra Prabhu. It was amazing. Sorry for the delay in the beginning of the class, but hopefully, I think we are still awaiting your kirtan as well. So for those who are here, we have an amazing program where we're going to have everyone's altars displayed, and we'll have our dear Amarendra Prabhu who will be singing the Narsimarti and going into kirtan for some time. And before we do that, I just want to go over some of the announcements that are there for the day. Just give me a second. Let me share my screen. Okay. So, as all of you know, we were completing the Teachings of Lord Chaitanya series this week. And we had Amarendra Prabhu conclude the whole session for us in a very wonderful way. I actually was hearing, and I remember this one point he mentioned, and it'll actually feed into one of the announcements going forward. You'll hear it soon. So let me just first discuss the upcoming festivals in April. So on 4th of April, we have Srivas Pandita's appearance day. On 7th of April, we have Papa Mochani Ekadashi. On 8th of April is the breaking fast from 7:15 a.m. to 11:31 a.m. I think a lot of people are from India, so these timings are exclusively for Atlanta. So keep that in mind, please. 17th April is the appearance day of Sri Ramanujacharya, who was the founder, or one of the pillars of the Sri Vaishnava Sampradaya. And then on 21st of April, we have another big festival, Ramanavami. Speaking of Ramanavami, we have a Ramayana series this April. So we'll have Ramayana sessions every Sunday. And next week we have a very special guest. Many of you might be knowing, the devotee who has written the Ramayana series called The Game of Life, Shubha Vilasa Prabhu. He's an amazing author, disciple of Radhanath Maharaj, a very scholarly person, very well versed with Ramayana. He is going to be giving the class. The session will be in the morning in Atlanta. We'll be posting more details. I think it's going to be around 10:30 a.m. in the morning in Atlanta. And more information will be coming out soon. And we'll have more sessions going forward as well. And speaking of the point that I picked up from Amarendra Prabhu's class, so he was mentioning this. He mentioned that the 9 processes of bhakti was given by, Prahlad Maharaj, and every yuga, different people have practiced different processes. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the one that gave us the taste for the 9 processes of bhakti. And that is what we are going to be covering in a new initiative with the weekday program. And that is going to be starting sometime early April, where we'll have one program in between the week. It'll be a much shorter program, but we hope to, keep the energy flowing even through the week, not just on the weekends. So we invite all of you to attend the programs. We'll have more information coming out soon. Next, actually, since we're on this topic, I just want to thank a lot of devotees who have made this Teachings of Lord Chaitanya series possible, be it from Jayakumar Prabhu, Naveen Prabhu, who have helped with emceeing, to Karthik Kripa Prabhu, who's behind the scenes, helping out with posters, pushing out marketing material and different things like that. All the different speakers who have given their time to study the chapters to make it very understandable for us. And also Adi Gadadhar Prabhu and Vesar Prabhu, the temple management, who have been very supportive of this initiative. So big thanks to all of them. I'm sure I'm missing some names. I hope you can forgive me. But as I said, we request everyone to continue attending these programs and making these programs a grand success. And, we increase the numbers as we continue preaching and reaching out to more and more people. This is our Linktree page. You can access all our media pages from this page just with one click. You don't have to type in anything. You can just note this down. This is coming up as a part of all our messages that we send out. So you can just click, you can share this with everyone. On our YouTube, we have the whole Teachings of Lord Chaitanya series. We have also, we'll have more older content coming out soon. And you can follow us on Instagram and Facebook, where all these different content are available. Prayers. So we want to pray for the health of Jayaptak Maharaj. He was a little sick recently, still recovering, I think. He seemed in good spirits. I heard a class from him actually yesterday, because Gaura Purnima was in the morning yesterday itself in India. Bhakti Purushottam Maharaj had contacted COVID as well, so we request prayers for him. Govardhan Leela Mataji is a little sick, so we request prayers for her, along with Sikhi Mahiti Prabhu. All the temple devotees. Yes, speaking of the temple devotees, we have to give them a big thanks and a big shout out for all the amazing service that they have done. I heard that around 350 plates of prasadam were distributed today, which is amazing. And for them maintaining the altar, doing all the puja, the abhishekam, different devotees there are. If I keep saying names, there'll be so many names. Chitra Prabhu, Sweta Prabhu, Gaurangiridhar Prabhu was preparing prasadam, Gansham Prabhu. as I said, I don't want to miss names. I've already said some names, but anyways, if I've missed any names, please forgive me. But a big thanks to all the temple devotees. And yes, to the doctors who have been fighting COVID, and also those whose names we haven't been able to mention. Now we are going to transition into the kirtan. So all the devotees, we request all of you to turn on your cameras if you have your altar set up. We'll slowly start spotlighting each and every one of your altars as Amarendra Prabhu is doing the kirtan. And we all can pray to Narsimhadev to protect all of us, and also our bhakti and our spiritual practice, so that we are able to continually progress steadily in this path that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has laid for us. And yes, thank you. Amarendra Prabhu, over to you.
So, Sudananda Ramachandra Prabhu, would it be a general kirtan or Narsingarti, or like, I have no clue.
So, Nrsimha prayers into Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Okay, and how many minutes? It's 8:54 now.
You can go 15 minutes, Prabhu.
15 minutes. Okay, sounds good. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahladaladaine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shilatanka nakhalaye Yeto Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Yato Yami Tato Nrsimha Bahe Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Bahe Nrsimha Hridaye Narasimhamadim Sharanam Tapatye Avakara Kamalavare Nakham Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tano Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Avakara Kamalavare Nakham Adhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tano Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Jaya Narsimhadev Jaya Narsimhadev
Narasimhadev, Jai Narasimhadev. Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jai Prahlad Maharaj. Bolo bolo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Bol Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Jaya Gauranitai Patita Pavana Gauranitai Oh Jaya Shachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Oh Jaya Shachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Oh Jaya Shachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Jaya Jaya Jagannath Shachirananda Oh Tribhuane Korija Charana Vandana Oh Jaya Gauranitai Jai Gauranitai Oh Jaya Jagannatha Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Devi Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Hari 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 Bol. Gaura Purnima Maha Mahotsav ki jai. Bolo Chachi Nandana Gaura Hari ki
Jai.
Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Once again, thank you so much for the wonderful kirtan. We did miss one thing. So since we are on the topic of prayers, let's all chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra 3 times for all the devotees we were requesting prayers for, and that would also be a very good fitting close to the program as well. So together, if you wish to, you can turn your mics on. If you don't wish to, no problems, but we can all chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra together 3 times. Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama Rama
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Gaura Purnima Maha Mahotsava ki
Jai.
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki
Jai.
the Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Jai Gaura Premanande Hari.
Hari.
We would like to thank everyone once again for being a part of this program, and please stay tuned for future programs and keep joining us. Hare Krishna.
Hare